Good evening and welcome to the second planning board meeting in March of Kennebunkport. This is a hybrid meeting. We have some people that may be joining us on Zoom, and we have a group here at the fire station. I'd like to start by taking attendance. We seem to be short one member. Peter? Don't know. Hopefully he'll be here, but we do have a quorum. So Joe, Mike, George, and myself, 4 out of our 5 members. We are down to a 5-member planning board at this point with a couple of recent retirements. And I know that we've asked both the Code Enforcement Office and the Select Board for help in recruiting some new members. So those of you that have been just waiting for the opportunity, now's your chance.
It's as good as it looks.
I'd like to start by asking if folks had a chance to look at the minutes from the last meeting that were put out. I have 1 thumbs up. Joe, yes?
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
I move we accept the minutes.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous? 4 out of 4? Next item is the election of officers. As you know, Nina retired from the board two meetings ago now? 2. Yeah. And Larry Simmons 1 meeting ago. That's why we're down to 5, and there's 4 of us here tonight. Do I have anybody wants to talk about the chair?
Like to make a nomination for chair.
Please.
I wanted to nominate Ed Francis. Ed's been on the board quite some time. He's very knowledgeable about all of the different projects we've worked on. He has shown great attention to detail and is thoughtful and careful and been instrumental in a lot of like the bylaws and things like that. So I would like to nominate Ed Francis for chair.
Yeah, I would second, yeah.
Oh, I see. So,
I third it.
all right. Is there someone who would, well, let's do that then. Do you have a motion? Yes, we have 1 motion, a second.
And a third.
And a third. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you vote for yourself?
I did not. I
Mr.
abstained.
Chairman, I wanted to suggest another nomination.
Yes, please.
I wanted to nominate Mike West.
Wow.
I have a friend named Ed West. I want to nominate Mike West as vice chairperson. Mike's been here for some time. He likewise is very thoughtful. He reads everything carefully, and I think he pays attention to the order of the meetings and is a reliable chap on top of it.
I would appreciate the thought on the nomination, but we'll have to decline due to other commitments that I have.
Okay. Oh, great idea, George.
Would anyone else either have a nomination or wish to volunteer to accept that responsibility?
Yeah, I'll volunteer, yeah.
You would, Joe?
I'll volunteer for anything once.
There you go.
There you go. Good man.
Thank you, Joe. You forgot to duck, right? Peter must be the smart new guy.
Yeah, he's waiting in the car.
So I would nominate Joe Moan as the vice chair.
I would second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
Oh, isn't this your first meeting as a full member? Well done.
Take a vacation, look what happens.
Well, I'll tell you from experience that I've been the vice chair for a year, I guess, now, and I had to chair a couple of meetings, right? And so yeah, it can be a little more work, but in general, it hasn't been overly burdensome.
I try not to disappoint y'all.
We're all very supportive.
Appreciate it, thank you.
We're fortunate that our secretary duty is, Tricia continues to do that for us, as was evidenced by the agenda. So I think we're fully staffed in terms of officers at this point. The first item on the agenda tonight in our real duties is item 3 on the agenda, number 250202, Lot 11 Goose Fair, and a minor revision to a previously approved subdivision. This says it's a continued initial review. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right, we continued this to allow for some discussion. Werner, welcome
Yep.
back.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening, Board. For the record, my name is Werner Gilliam. I'm with Walsh Engineering Associates here on behalf of the Sullivan family. As you all may recall, I was here previously at a planning board meeting to discuss the minor modification to Lot 11 that's located in what we'll refer to as the Goose Fair subdivision. Actually has a much longer name. It includes all the folks who had done it before, notably the Gilardi family. And at our last meeting, we had some discussions regarding the calculation of net lot area. Did have a discussion, went back to the property owners, and they agreed to add the additional land area as they had it available to Lot 11 to bring it into compliance with the net residential area calculations. So that brings us, just in terms of the numbers, on the revised proposal, that gives us a net or a gross acreage of 49,887 square feet. And then when you do the deductions, notably the small portion of the KKWD Water District easement, and in addition to that, the 15% as discussed, that brings us to a net acreage of 40,412 square feet. So we provided an updated copy to staff as well, for your records, as well as an updated copy of the application form that has the adjusted numbers included on the relevant sheet.
Can I just ask you guys to remind me, who is the case manager on this? Thank you, Mike.
I'm pretty sure I was in a weak moment.
Just wanted to make sure we had that covered.
Yeah. Now, this will be written up as a subdivision.
Minor revision.
Minor revision
revision to a
to a
subdivision.
subdivision.
I think it was Peter. Look at the minutes.
I remember I got one yesterday, last time. Thought it was this one.
Hold on.
It's in the notes, I know, in the minutes.
Take the minutes. They're not in the folder.
Do you have that?
If not, I'll do it anyway.
Okay, thank you.
I remember volunteering for something last time.
Yeah, I don't have it captured.
I'm looking at the minutes.
I think, yeah.
Mr.
Well,
West
Mike, do
volunteered.
you have any questions? I did want to make sure that we had covered all of the items that were in the staff's memo to the planning board about their concerns. That's all, that's the one thing I wanted to cover.
And I
I'll
think
give you
that
the floor
covers
first.
the other, the big question was the net residential area, and
Yes. Yeah.
that's been solved, so. I think there were a couple of minor items in the note.
Letter from the fire chief.
Why don't-
Disposal of
Nothing
debris.
else? Why don't we just go through the
Yeah,
staff
through the-
memo then?
yeah.
The staff is looking for a letter from the fire chief regarding hydrants. Staff recommends confirming fire chief approval. You have anything on that?
Yeah, I had a discussion with Chief Everett, regarding,
All right.
the proposed plan. in the midst of that conversation, he didn't indicate any concern
I'm
regarding.
good with that, it's just
regarding
the
that.
update of the staff's memo didn't include any update to that, so I just want to come back to you. Nadia, all okay with that response?
We just didn't receive any letter from the chief or anything, but I believe there is an active hydrant at the end of the road, so.
Comes in from
That's
the other
correct. There is one at the intersection, yes.
Yeah, I guess from my vantage point, and maybe I need to be educated on this, this is an existing lot. We're increasing the area of the lot. It was already an approved lot with respect to being served by water. I'm not sure why this concern is being raised, that's all.
It's just on the checklist, you know, so it's on the checklist,
Yeah.
that's generated for minor modification. So, you know, the items, you know, so the items that are listed, you know, that I have listed in the application are just in response to items that are on the generated checklist.
But nothing you're changing affects,
No. Correct,
affects this aspect of the subdivision, so.
correct.
I wouldn't- So we're good with that conversation. Okay, now, Nadia, you're pointing out that the board should decide if they would like to receive information about the location and method of disposal for land clearing and construction debris.
I
It's-
suggest we don't. If it were a new subdivision and they're going through and ripping up and putting in new roads,
I agree with you. We had that discussion last time, but the
Yep.
staff memo is now saying that they,
It
we
was
should
just
deliberate on that more.
just an item for you to review. The waiver wasn't requested, so we didn't put that in there, but I don't believe the staff has any concerns about, it's just
It's
So
a
the-
single family, so
The
it's.
staff is
yeah.
okay with this. We're
So
we're not,
do we-
we're not
do we
doing any
need-
construction here. We're just changing the lot size.
Well, so it is a forested lot, correct me if I'm wrong, it is a
Correct.
forested lot.
Yes.
So it will be cleared, and so the plan did not have them, where their clearing building envelope is going to take place. That's all the plan says.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but from the planning board's point of view, I think all that I understood that they were asking for is to change the plat, change the area that defines that lot.
And this is
What
part
they're
of,
gonna do with it, what they're gonna build on it, that's gonna be a separate issue that has to come to the code enforcement office. When they go to put a house on it, they're gonna need to pull a building permit, and you may have some other questions then. But that won't be a subdivision review.
this is part of the review for a minor subdivision. You guys can certainly waive it, we just.
Okay, so is the choice really to waive it or ask for something?
Correct.
And I guess, seeing we don't know what the development plan for the piece of property is,
Yeah,
it would be very difficult to come up with a plan on how you're gonna dispose of things.
yeah.
So we could add that to the waiver ones, and that would be something to address when a building permit is requested from the code office.
So the applicant asked us to waive this requirement because they're not doing any construction.
Then I would add it to the list.
Okay,
Yeah, that's correct. In my, you know, in the application, I indicated that it was, you know, that it was not applicable,
Yeah.
as there weren't any subdivision, you know, improvements being constructed as part of this. However,
Right.
if you want me to ask, you
not
know,
at all.
as a waiver, I'm happy to
Not at
ask
all.
for a waiver of that.
I think what's going on here, what you're seeing with me is that I'm struggling with what to do with this volume of information that's coming from the staff. You know, it seems to me that they're saying this because it's something that needs to be discussed with the applicant and discussed with the members of the board. And I know that in the past, before we started getting these memos, this is something that wouldn't have come up. You're not doing any construction, we wouldn't ask you about how you're gonna dispose of something that you might construct in the future. That is changing here. And,
But if it is something that's in the regs, it's for the subdivision that's flagged, we should either address it or waive it, and it's been brought to our attention.
I think it's fine to waive it. I know that the reg says the planning board should only review the things that are pertinent to the change that's being requested.
And with a minor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing, and we're kind of walking the line as to
It's
how broad that review should be, and I guess I'm looking for, should some of that be done, you know, by the code office a priori, or is it something that's appropriate to bring before the board? So right now, we're saying, that's fine, we're good with waiving it.
Yeah.
And then, item 20 we talked about, and that's been accepted by the code office. That's all there is on this. That's all I had. So I would move that this application is complete.
And I would second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So the next step would be a public meeting at the
The next opportunity. First meeting in
April.
April would be schedulable, if that's
Maybe finding
accommodation.
Yep. That will be April 2nd.
And Mike West is the case manager. If we could capture that for the record.
One down.
Thank you, Werner.
Very good. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Mary.
Before we go to the next one, I'm remiss in not, there was one more administrative issue. I got all caught up in the excitement of being elected. There's an action, I took 2 actions last time, and I just want to make sure that I'm good on both of those. One was, there was a request relative to the comprehensive plan. I did distribute.
You got that? Thank you.
Everybody's okay with that so far, and I'm done. And,
Yes, thank you.
the other one had to do with one fairly small section of the draft bylaws that I know we've been anxious to get going and get to the town attorney so it can go forward. There was one section left that I revisited and reorganized. Did folks get a chance to look at that?
And that was fine with it.
It looked good.
It's okay as is?
Yeah.
Can we, without review?
Yes.
Would you be comfortable with us, without reviewing that publicly, go with the edits that I sent? I'm getting a blank.
Yeah,
Do you recall,
I was not here at the last meeting, but
Nadia?
I'll check my email again. It's likely got shuffled with all the other planning board things, but I'll take a look.
So I rewrote, I made adjustments to section, I'm powering for it here.
Before we get too deep into the rules, I would wonder if, can we
I'm-
save it for the end if we get
Yeah,
there?
that's fine with me.
I don't want to get any deeper than that. In fact, I just wanted to say it was done,
Okay.
if everyone's all right with that.
Yeah.
If I can find it. I rewrote one section.
We can come back at the end of the meeting.
Okay. 405-9, that section. We don't have to
Yep.
bring it up. Is there, I would like to move that we accept it as rewritten.
I second the,
So 4-0, if you could capture those changes.
Yep, I'll put it in the
I
other
would-
Then I
document.
think we have a set that could go to the town attorney, if you're okay with them.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to vote on that?
I thought we said 4-0 was okay.
Okay.
Yep. 405-9. All right, the next item, apologize for the distraction. is 250203. Gabi Jacob, 370 Mills Road.
So my name is Susie Wolf. I'm here to represent my friend and neighbor and client. She's my real estate client, Gabi Jacob. And she's hoping to split her lot and sell, part of her property as a building lot. It's part of a previously approved subdivision. It was approved in 1977. The survey has been provided, and I'm just here to answer questions.
So have you had an opportunity to look at the comments that the town staff
Yes, I have.
generated?
Yeah.
Okay. There was a lot. They wrote 11 pages.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions for sure.
I
But
guess
I'm sorry, I reviewed these with the surveyor, and we came up with some solid answers, so.
Okay. So I'll ask, do you want to go through those here tonight, or do you want to work with the
I'm
code
open to
office?
doing whatever is required in order to get
No,
approval.
no, I understand. I'm just
Yeah.
looking for the most efficient way. This is,
Sure,
to go through this.
whatever you would like. Yeah.
Galen, I don't know if you had a chance to look at the staff notes on this, but there's 38 comments that were generated.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an extensive list.
It is, and I think, again, we can work with the applicant on those outstanding items. The question for you all, is there anything else outside of that memo
Okay.
that you'd like to give guidance to the applicant to help them?
So why don't we leave that as a separate item, and if you want to do that here tonight, that's okay. And maybe I'll ask Nadia your help in going through those item by item here tonight. And then I think there will be some other issues raised by the board, or questions and concerns, and why not get them all out there? Hi, Peter.
Oh, geez, I don't know.
Time change, I know. You missed it. You might could have ran for vice chair.
Yeah, they were looking for volunteers.
Did you go?
Well, you weren't standing between me and
We do have a sketch plan of this.
yeah.
Is it possible to bring that up onto the screen?
Yes, I can do that.
And then maybe the applicant could just speak to it a little bit?
So this is a major revision to a previously approved. This is
Yeah, but,
an initial review. It's not a sketch plan.
well, yeah, but they've got a
sketch
map
of
it. Yep, just to see
what they're
the-
planning to do with the lot.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Because this well, here's a question for the staff as well. Was there a subdivision application, and we have records from 1977?
Yep,
Okay, good.
it was recorded from
Okay.
back then.
The last one wasn't.
Yep,
It's pretty exciting. Looks familiar.
So what I'd like to say is, other than going through what the staff has provided us, are there questions that you generated or had as you did your own independent review? We can start with anyone on the board.
I know one issue that we had before was the proximity of the water to the building site, and being 200 feet away, or 250 feet. And it's
You'll have
just,
to show me on a picture, I think, here. What are we looking at?
and seeing we don't.
okay, there's the,
Oh,
So,
okay.
we got a pond,
so that's a man-made pond, it is not shoreland zoning.
so we're not gonna have any of the issues that we had last time.
I measured it. It's not 10,000 square feet.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't meet the requirements.
All right, so it's, because as soon as I saw that after the fun we had last time, the bells went off
Yeah,
ringing.
It's, that pond has also, in the meantime, grown in with cattails, so there's no real open water. It's basically doesn't look like a pond, and it's full of cattails, so
It's a wetland.
It's a
what you're
wetland at this
saying,
point, it's not open water,
Okay.
yeah.
It's just,
Which was a comment from the fire chief that you'll notice at the very end of the memo. You know, if the applicant wants to use that for water supply for fire protection services, which is your requirement, that would have to be maintained. And we did reach out to Maine DEP about what steps would be required, if there's any permitting that would be needed. That's why if you look at the comment that we provide, they'd have to just talk to Maine DEP, because you see there's a little section, a little green section, that's attached to that pond.
Yeah.
We just need determination from Maine DEP that there is no permitting that's required for that.
There's, excuse me, but there's a fire hydrant on the property.
That's a dry hydrant for that pond,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, so the fire chief said that is a fire pond and they can maintain it. The problem is it hasn't been maintained, so it needs to be brought back.
When the subdivision
Yep.
first took place in 77, was that part of the design to have it as a?
I
No,
don't believe it
Was not
was.
okay.
no.
That was back in the
much
70s.
Might
later.
have predated it.
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just from,
and I think it was a comment from the staff about needing, the lay of the land, the topography.
the contours are missing on this
contours
site.
and everything, so he can figure out flows and drainage and impacts.
Yeah,
So that was on there.
This goes back to the 77 subdivision. In 77, were there requirements for open space? I don't think there were.
no.
Okay, so that wouldn't apply here? Would that be something we had to do a waiver for, or just doesn't apply?
So again, because normally that is when a new subdivision takes place,
Right.
I wouldn't apply that to this case.
Okay,
This one is, they're gonna keep at least, if you look at your land use standards on chapter 240, each lot has to have, the 20%, open space. Obviously, they're going to have 20% on that lot, so
Okay.
we're not concerned with that.
and is there a homeowners association?
No, but we did mention that there should be a conversation that takes place with the homeowner that is trying to make this split, the new owner of this parcel B, and then the next door neighbor who all use the same
Entry.
road that's
Right.
going to be in association with this development.
Yeah,
There's a very small.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
like
small,
It's maybe 15 feet of
Right.
shared road.
yep.
It's tiny.
will that road have to be brought up to standard as it serves 3 lots now instead of 2?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay,
And she's
so-
willing,
So just a road maintenance agreement that was agreed to by
Yeah.
the 3 parties,
road maintenance, yeah.
who plows it and.
in a homeowners association, does it have to apply to all of the lots in the subdivision, or could it just in this case apply to these 3 contiguous properties?
It's just the 3 that are part of that lot.
Okay, so
Just
they would
for
have their
sharing
own,
that road.
okay, and that would be it.
Yep.
And they wouldn't share the fire pond if the fire pond was maintained.
Or would
Well,
they?
the fire chief will use the fire pond if there's
There's
a
a fire,
fire.
we're gonna say, oh, no,
Yes.
that's not the right fire.
All 3 of them are gonna benefit from using that fire
Okay,
pond,
all
yeah.
right.
Right, so there may need to be an agreement as to who covers the cost of that. I mean, but it would,
That'd be the HOA.
It's it's currently on her property, and it will be part of the lot that will be split off, so, I mean, I'm sure she would be willing to maintain that previous to selling the lot.
yeah, up until the time the lot is sold. I'm just saying that going forward,
Oh, well,
there will be
I see.
maintenance associated with keeping that.
would it not be the responsibility of
HOA.
the new owner of the lot?
You can make it that way.
Who's, you
Yeah, we
you
could
can
put that
do,
in the deed, I
Yeah.
guess.
right, as long as they're willing to pick that up,
Yeah,
yeah.
It may not be in the deed, but in the homeowners association.
okay. What, I thought there was just a road maintenance agreement that would be needed.
I'm wondering if
That's-
the fire pond.
That's what I thought, but now
So-
we're just saying that somehow the fire pond maintenance going forward needs to be
Okay,
captured.
Addressed.
If
discuss.
you
my-
wanna capture it as part of the deed, I don't have a problem with that. If you wanna do it as part of a maintenance agreement for shared costs, I don't have a problem with that. It just can't be left ambiguous.
Okay,
Galen had an opinion.
Yeah, my recommendation would be that you just make sure it's stipulated in the finding of facts, and then they would just put it on the deed. That
Yeah.
way it's recorded in 2 locations, that it's the new owner, whoever the new owner is, that they're to maintain this fire pond. The fire chief already maintains the dry hydrants in town. We actually are one of the largest towns that have a dry hydrant maintenance program. So he goes around and makes sure that they're not frozen and they're in working order. So I already talked to the fire chief about that, and they'll maintain the dry hydrant.
Is the hydrant marked on the plot plan?
We just drew up a new plan, and it is on the new.
It's on the new one, okay,
Mhm.
thanks.
And if you'd like to look at a copy of that,
We'll see
I have a
it.
few copies.
Know that there were a lot of things. There's the location of the septic. I presume everyone's gonna address that. And
Yeah, we looked at that as well, and right now it would be, it would be kind of in an easement area, but we can move it to the right.
okay.
There's plenty of room there, and there seems to be no issue with, I mean, the soils are pretty consistent there, and, yeah.
I didn't, for me, I thought the staff comments were very helpful. I didn't have any other concerns. It'd be interesting to hear what, Jamie and everybody else has, all the neighbors have to say,
Mhm.
provided there's no objections there. I think it's looking pretty good to me. That was it for me.
Any other questions? Peter, Joe?
Why do you have to move the driveway?
That's what we are really hoping to avoid. It's because there's a 15% requirement, which I'm not quite understanding, that extra 15% that in order to have that, we wouldn't be able to have an easement there. So everything to the land to the left wouldn't be, part of the new parcel. But if that was waived, that 15% requirement, I think we could just keep possibly the driveway where it is.
Didn't we just waive
Which would-
50%
Yeah.
a couple of
It's really
times ago?
it's the wetlands to being taken out, right?
So-
So that's a big piece of property.
So the wetland is what's being taken out, and then what the applicant's mentioning is if the driveway was kept in its existing location, then you would have to reduce that also from the upland area. That's why they shifted it over, the
Which,
driveway.
I mean, if we can avoid that, I think it would be ideal for everybody and also for the environment. Like environmentally, it would make a lot of sense.
You need to catch me up. I'm not sure on what the 15%
Galen,
is.
can you help me
or
out
any-
here?
The net residential area calculation, she's referring to the 15%
thing.
for roads and parking. It's in the definition for net residential area. We've
Hold on.
discussed this at length.
Yeah, we did. And we got around it on the previous application because the applicant changed their application. You're talking about perhaps this applicant having to change their application, incorporate this same change. You need, on this lot, you need to have 20% open space. And in addition to that, there needs to be a net residential area criteria met. Is that data here somewhere that says how you meet it?
I believe it's on the plan, is it not? It's already been established.
It should be on, right at the top.
Over here. So,
So the plan as it is currently does meet our net residential area requirements.
right, and the question's been raised, but that involved moving a driveway. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, is the other solution providing an easement for the existing driveway with the new lot that's being formed?
So if they did that, that's where I'm saying that you would have to deduct that as right-of-way.
So then you've got to do recalculate the net area again.
Right.
Yeah, and you only have 1,400 square feet to
Square root.
work around.
Yeah.
Again, staff isn't opposed to what's being presented. We think that both lots are meeting the spirit of what the land use ordinance is intending.
With the driveway movement.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
If we pushed the boundary line a little bit closer to her existing structure, I mean, I think it may be almost possible to
You
keep
mean
the
up here?
driveway where it is.
So we can't engineer this for you. I mean,
No.
All you're hearing is this individual's struggling with the wisdom of requiring 15% per lot reserved against the possibility that someday somebody might want to put a parking lot there. It seems to me that the exclusions, in general, net density is the same as the lot size, unless you're excluding things like for an easement or for a road or for a parking area. We don't debit it for driveways but yet we seem to be evolving into a situation where that's happening. And in doing that, we're driving up the requirement that says, well, your net lot size, your minimum lot size really isn't 40,000 square feet. It's 40,000 square feet plus 15%. Because someday, on any given lot, you might want to put in a road or
Is there a way
Put in a
to
parking area.
waive that requirement, or?
I don't have the wherewithal to do that.
Oh.
I'm just saying the interpretation of it is what I'm questioning. Where in this case, it's not a blank piece of paper where we're dividing up the land and saying someday we're gonna put a road through there and we're not quite sure where, and so you gotta reserve it. No, this is very definite. If this wasn't part of a subdivision that was made 30 years ago, more, right?
50.
This would just be
40.
the division of a lot. It wouldn't come for subdivision review. And if it was just a lot being divided, would we be requiring
Yes,
15%
yes.
in every lot?
You have asked the town solicitor for this opinion, and she gave you the opinion on this. I was asked by the planning board to go to the town solicitor to get an interpretation for another subdivision. And it was the planning board's position at the time that the lots that are being split have to include the 15% reduction, as well as the other reductions for wetland and have the upland that's needed. And each individual lot also has to meet that requirement. Now, planning staff way back when said that we disagree with that, especially when you're going through subdivision. Why are you doing this twice? And the planning board at the time said that we think this is the right interpretation. We would like you to go to the town solicitor. And the town solicitor gave you that email that explained that she actually sided with your interpretation of what you decided to do for net residential area calculations. And so that has been the policy moving forward. Staff will be looking into this for a new land use ordinance amendment in the future, because it is problemsome for minimum lot size and also determining net residential area. But that won't be until November. But this is what it is at the current state.
We are where we are.
Okay, I hear you. I have to say that concerned there may have been a misinterpretation of what it is the board was asking for. But I did recently get the memo that came back from the lawyer. I know you just distributed that. I didn't recognize it as saying how it is what we're interpreting it to be. That's all. I'm concerned about it. So maybe we owe ourselves an offline conversation about this, if you're open to that.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I guess what we're saying here tonight is that the town and the code enforcement office under, given the current legal review, is that the 15% does have to be reserved.
Okay, so we would have to put in a new driveway to the existing,
Well, that I couldn't comment on. but
possibly,
that's-
possibly. Okay,
But you need to have that,
However you can get there to make the numbers, is where you need to be.
Anything else? So that's why they're moving the driveway.
I have no other questions.
I had a couple of nits on the application page. It says, has this land been part of a prior approved subdivision? And you said yes. In fact, in the title, you say it was approved in '77. And then the next one are part of other divisions within the past 5 years, and neither yes nor no is selected there, so.
Oh, okay. There have been no other divisions.
Right, so I think you want to fill out that
Okay.
block, that's all. Do we all agree that once a subdivision is approved, there's no expiration of that subdivision? In other words, this was approved over 30 years ago, right?
I mean, yeah.
40 years ago?
50.
50 years ago. And
A long time ago.
I know certain parts of the state ordinance expire after 20 years, but there doesn't seem to be any expiration date on this.
So once,
It was once a part of a subdivision, and now we have to recognize that it continues to be part of that subdivision, even
And-
though it isn't a subdivision in the sense of
Not
it's an
anymore.
HOA or, you know.
No, I mean, I'm not an expert, but I don't think it would be approved these days as a subdivision.
What, so I wanted you to help me understand the other parts of the application where I've got something that I can show it to you here, but what is this?
That's the original subdivision.
Correct.
And strangely, there's 5 lots, and then later, in a few years, I'm not sure which.
Microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure which year, but then Lot 5 was approved by the planning board to be further split into 4 separate lots. One was supposed to be donated to the Conservation Trust, and other lots were given to family members, but that was all, so it was actually, yeah,
So this,
originally 5 lots, but then ended up being 9 lots, I think, 8 lots.
so the items that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we think are the 5 original lots. And that 5th one goes all the way over to the right-hand side of the page?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And which of these lots is the lot that we're talking
Number
about now?
2, number 2.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
I had it number 5.
It's number 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we want to take that lot and do some surgery on it.
Yeah.
Clarification, so I make sure I understand. If this were a piece of land and you wanted to chop it in half, it would be you'd be dividing a lot.
Yeah.
But because it was originally part of a subdivision, it is now a revision to a subdivision.
Correct.
That's the only reason.
And staff gave the option that instead of doing this is what happened with the family, there was a family split that was a part of the subdivision. That family came into the planning board, they said, we're doing a family subdivision with this split, and as long as it was held by a family member for 5 years, they
Right.
didn't go through this review
Right,
process.
within the subdivision.
I
That's the one
offered that-
came to us with a road,
Correct.
yeah.
I offered that availability, but the applicant is looking to sell, they
Yeah.
need the money, so they don't have the 5 years to wait.
Got it.
No, I
So that
understand.
there was another
Thank
option that they could explore.
Thank you.
Yeah. And instead, they would just show up under other business, say, we're doing a family subdivision, and
Yeah, she's in her 70s and,
Yeah.
yeah, really would like
I
to
hear you.
remain in Kennebunkport, but, you know, it's,
Thank you. I'd like to know
Tough one.
why it's in front of us, and that explains it.
So this second sheet, this has a breakout of 5A, 5B, Robert Bolduc, and 5C.
that's what they did with Lot 5, is they split it into 4
Got it.
separate lots,
Okay.
exactly.
And that's why we got a little confused as to which one we were talking.
Would that not, would that be a, no, it's because it was family, it wouldn't be considered a precedent that,
No, I mean, that option's available to your
oh,
applicant. if
okay,
they wanna do
only,
that, they
okay,
can-
but
Yeah,
only through family.
You have to hold it
Yeah.
for 5
yeah,
years.
just hold it for 5 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
And even, so that, but in that hypothetical, still, this division would still require, if I understand the ruling correctly, even though it wasn't coming for subdivision review, it would still require 15% density reserved against
Yes.
Yep.
roads and parking.
That's correct. The lawyer weighed in.
I hope we asked the question correctly. You know, I may have biased that my own way. On the subsurface wastewater disposal system application. Is it, what am I looking at there from 2011?
It's a test pit for a septic
Okay,
site, yeah.
so that's one that was taken back then, and it would be applicable for,
I think the town was saying that it needs to be updated. Yeah,
I
from
think
the.
we were
from
going
the
to
note.
request a waiver because the soils don't change within that period of time.
Yeah, the test pit's not the issue, it's the design of
The-
the
oh,
septic
the
system.
design.
That would need to be
Oh,
updated.
okay.
Yeah.
But would that not be be required of the new owner to actually get a new septic design?
It's part of this review process, so that's
Yeah.
why it's
It's
here.
gotta, you gotta
Oh.
prove that you can put one in.
And the other thing is the variance request. So I know that you mentioned before, but if someone does want to put a septic tank in, just for the board's information, if it's too close to the property line, they do have to get a
Yeah,
variance from the state.
Right,
yeah.
from the state,
Correct.
state road.
No, from the state.
Yeah, but I was wondering because I thought,
No, it's not because it's a state road, it's because it's a wastewater system.
I think there's plenty of space there, and there's
Department of Health
lots
and
of
Human
high
Services
ground
has to
there.
approve the variance.
But it wouldn't be necessarily too close to.
And one more niggling question here. On the plan, it says the plan is plan reference 1. Is the plan of property dated September 29th, 1976, and recorded in the Registry of Deeds, and that seemed different than what I saw on these other enclosures. Like this is talking about a plan that was approved in 1977. This is referencing a plan of property from 1976. Is that correct, or is that something different again?
Maybe that was the original plan that wasn't approved, and then they had to modify it, I'm not actually sure. I just know that it was recorded, that the approved subdivision was recorded in 77.
I know one of the questions that the code office asked had to do with providing a deed,
Oh, I do have a deed.
right? So, with the application package that we reviewed, so.
Okay, should I?
So I'm back to my original question now.
Mhm.
Would it be helpful, should we go through all of the items that the code office has identified and go over with you tonight? Or do you want an opportunity to work with the code office to resolve those issues and then come back?
I mean, I think in order to expedite the whole procedure, shouldn't we just, I mean, I don't want to tie everyone up, but
It's your
would
call.
it be better to just do it now?
are there ones that you have questions about?
There are a few waivers that we're requesting. Which, should I bring those up?
I'd like to suggest that we do it. We either go and say,
1, 2, 3.
let's continue this initial review until the number of comments can be driven down to a reasonable number. I think right now, there's 38 staff comments, 11 pages of
Yeah.
notes. So we can go down through those one by one here tonight. I'm questioning whether or not this should have come to the board with this many outstanding issues on it. But it's clearly not a complete package, and you've gotten some guidance in terms of a memo to making it complete. If you're saying, I understand the memo and I know how to make this complete, then for everybody's time and efficiency, I think maybe that would be the best approach, is to do that. But if there's any of them that you have questions with or concerns, let's go down through them.
Well, I have and just wanted to address one issue, and that is that GIS, there's a GIS map that suggests there's a stream running through the property. There is not, and it's just a swale. So I wanted to address that right away, just so that everyone's aware that there's no stream running through the property. And I can't remember which.
I remember reading that.
Yeah, I took photos today. There's really just a drainage swale, and it goes from a wetland, that's the abutter, which is me and my family, the property behind, and it's no longer even a swale, but it may have been at some point, so.
Do you know which of the comments or which page
I'm
that
just
particular one
looking
was on?
for it right now.
It's number 21.
See?
It's number 21.
Yeah.
That's about the flagged.
So you're confirming that there is no stream on the property?
Yes, I'm just wanted to make that clear. There's no stream at all.
Is the board okay with that?
I think it'll help when we get the topographics too.
What topographics are you expecting?
Oh, we need something to know where the drainage and
contours.
the stormwater will flow and everything, if you get a topographical map of the site.
So that's another one of the comments.
It's in there.
Okay, all right.
So that will be a requirement to have
What's that?
the topography, to have that.
Well, we've
Well,
got
that's
to
not-
have,
I personally, I haven't been through, this memo only came out on the 17th with all of these comments. So I haven't had the opportunity to go through them all. That's why I was concerned that it was coming to the board with this many open issues.
It's number 15. Contour lines have not been included. Applicants should submit an updated plan showing the contours so we can assess the potential stormwater impacts. I understand there's maybe used to be a swale there, but it's hard to
but that's
assess.
larger for us to understand how stormwater will flow. And any changes, like with the road going in, will it impact?
Okay.
Galen and Nadia, if the applicant comes to the code office, is there, and I know this is a lot of work, but is there someone who could help them
Yeah,
identify sources for this information?
we are always helpful for people to come in,
Yeah.
and this is what happens, like, you guys continue the initial review, we can meet with them and
Yeah.
go over this in detail if you want
Okay.
to.
Yeah, that would be really helpful, actually.
I really recommend that,
Yeah.
and go down, 111, oh, that's a nit, don't worry about that, oh, this is a really important one, and, this could cost you money, or et cetera, et cetera.
So
You've
once,
got this wealth of experience that's being generously offered, so.
Yeah,
No, it's more work than you thought you were signing up for, huh?
well,
I know the feeling.
it's a lot. But, yeah, I mean, I'm very willing to work with the,
Yep.
yeah,
I
the
recommend we
town
continue.
planning.
I know that we've seen in other cases, maybe not with quite so many comments, but with quite a few comments, that after one or maybe two sessions, that there'll be an update of this, that you'll have worked on, and Nadia will come back with, the office will come back with and saying, hey, this has been taken care of this way, or this is no longer a concern, or the board really needs to worry about this, or whatever the case may be, but refines this
Mm-hmm.
broad set of concerns.
Well, I think that's a good plan. We'll
Yep. And there's
get a lot
nothing
of
else
these
from the
questions.
planning board, has no other
I
questions?
didn't have any other
I got all mine out,
Yeah.
I hope you're okay with them.
How long between meetings?
2 weeks.
So it's every 2 weeks they meet.
Okay,
Twice a
Um,
month,
twice a
Yeah.
month, okay.
first two
So
Wednesdays.
we'll
Yeah.
get this, hopefully.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interest in the property, so,
Oh, good.
yeah.
Good spot.
As you can see from the agenda, there was a lot of applications that were submitted before the 2-week deadline, and it's
Yeah.
been a busy 2 weeks
Oh,
for staff
crazy.
to review these.
You have done your
so-
homework.
Tonight, I really, from the board, I'd really like your perspective to help the applicants. If there's additional things outside of the memo that you're seeing that you'd like to see addressed, it's helpful for the applicants tonight as they continue to revise their applications.
Yeah.
So,
I
thank you.
think
You did a
staff
good
has done a
job.
marvelous
We're
job
good.
with this, and I appreciate the background on the original subdivisions and why it's before the board. That's always a question, so as is suggested, work with them, they'll help you out.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, before we leave, one other thing I would like to make sure the board is okay with. I read enough of the notes to see the one that said, this is a very unusual shape.
Yep.
I didn't have a problem with it. I didn't think it broke any spirit of the law or against flagpole lots or anything, but the question was raised. We okay with this? I mean, as far as I know, we are, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you.
Let them put the driveway over there.
Who's up next? Salty Acres.
Have a case manager volunteer for that? I heard a whisper.
I will.
Thank you, George.
I'm on Rabbit Run as well, if that pops up again, that's okay.
We're wonderful to work with. You're not going to regret this.
I recognize you.
Did you say if Rabbit Run hops up again?
It does, I did say that. Good catch.
Can't believe you
You
said
should make a
that.
John Updike reference.
Okay, can I jump right in?
Just a moment,
We
let me,
gotta get it
let me
together
read
now.
it. I'm trying to
Take your time.
keep track of
I
myself
got all
here.
night.
Where am I?
So George, you're the case manager for the previous?
Yes.
Okay.
For 370 Mills Road, for the avoidance of doubt.
70 Mills Road.
Salty Acres.
This is item number 250204. It's a sketch plan review for Salty Acres. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Alex Monastero. I'm with Chimberg Builders. We're here for a very preliminary review by your board for a potential 4-lot subdivision on this parcel.
Alex, can you help me out with your last name again?
I can, yeah. It's Monastero, Monastiro. I won't quiz you later.
Thank you. I'll try to wrote it down.
Yes. So at this time, as you could tell probably from the application, it's just a sketch. We don't have the topography on here. We have estimated wetlands delineation. We have done test pits on each of the lots that are passing. That information's not on your plan yet, but just as an FYI, those are there. This is an existing private way. There's a lot that was broken off as part of a family lot division over here. And so that private way was created as part of the family lot division. I do have Kathleen Spang, who's the owner of the land, here with me tonight, along with Rob McSorley from Sebago, who will be the project engineer as we get into that phase. We wanted to just bring this before you to get your initial feedback. We did have the pleasure of meeting with Galen and Nadia, so we incorporated the extra 15% lot open space on each of these lots in addition to the open space for the project as well. So each of these are at least 46,000 square feet. Obviously, we have a lot more work to do. We gotta figure out if we need any easements, and we will have private wells and septics, but just wanted to get initial feedback on this as a conceptual 4-lot subdivision on this parcel.
I wanted to ask a question. This looks like it used to be, this already was a subdivision.
That's right. When the family lot was broken off, Kathleen's son lives right here. They did a right-of-way to create that lot, and that was recorded. This right-of-way was recorded, and that lot was broken off as a family lot division. So it hasn't been
So why-
subdivided
why-
in the formal sense, but it was a family division.
How many years ago?
I believe
I think it's
5.
over 5 years.
It's over 5, that's the key.
Yeah, it was.
You're saying because this was not a formal subdivision review, but rather a family subdivision, that we don't have the same issue that we just ran into, that it's,
No, so that parcel that is up in the upper right corner,
yeah.
that is owned by the applicant's son. So that was divided 5 years ago. So state law allows you to break off a piece of land every 5 years.
Right.
And as long as you don't trigger that, it doesn't trigger subdivision review. So that parcel is not part of this review process. Anything in blue that's shaded there, that's part of your subdivision review process. And those will be sold to the public, so it's not a family subdivision.
That's right.
Is there a subdivision plan registered somewhere that shows all of these lots on it?
No,
yet.
This was
that's
never
what
a
we're working
subdivision.
on now.
Yeah.
So the only plan that exists currently just shows this one lot broken out of the parent parcel, and then now we're coming before you in hopes that we'll be able to break off these 4 additional lots
So
through the
this-
subdivision process.
This is a subdivision, this is not a revision to a subdivision.
Correct.
You're exactly right.
And would there then have to be, if there's a shared driveway, does there have to be a homeowners association that includes the previous lot?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay. And do the open space requirements apply to the previous lots?
No,
No, just to these lots.
correct.
Okey doke.
We, luckily, it's in the family, so we do know that they're willing to sign a shared roadway maintenance agreement and join,
Right.
whatever they need to for the homeowners association. We'd gladly give them access to the subdivision open space if it was beneficial, so.
So for the board's reference tonight, this is a sketch plan review, so it's very, very preliminary. It's to help the applicant get feedback ahead of time before they submit a formal preliminary application for your review. And during that, they'll have the HOA documents and those other agreements for you to
Right,
look
just
at.
trying to understand the mechanics of how this works, Galen.
Yep.
So, because I haven't seen this one yet.
Mhm.
What's does that length to width thing apply here?
For
The
the,
bowling alley thing, whatever it's called?
you mean the flag lots?
The flag lot.
Yes. That is one of your performance standards, but I think that would be addressed in future.
Okay, yeah, that's the first thing I noticed looking at it.
It will have the right amount of frontage and
Yeah.
there's no,
Again,
Called
staff didn't,
flagpole lot?
yeah, they're called flag lot, yeah.
Yeah, and the
Like a bowling
reason
alley to me.
that
Yeah.
they're not rectangular in shape is to meet that 100-foot width. There's a setback from the
Got it.
road, and then you have a 100-foot width,
Yep.
and so that's why they have a little bit of that angular shape in the front, but they all have the required frontage
Okay.
and lot width. Preliminarily, of course,
Yeah.
this is still a sketch, but
And obviously, you're gonna have to look at groundwater runoff and.
course.
septic, and all that kind of
Absolutely.
stuff, clearing trees, et cetera, et cetera.
And
Rob will
then-
thoroughly design a drainage
And-
system for us.
And the
He's
current
great.
road meets the standard, or will that have to be widened?
It will have to be upgraded, so it is recorded as a 50-foot right-of-way, so that exists. What is out there today, we would need to do some compaction testing, we believe, and and widen it to some degree. There is an
Okay.
existing culvert there.
Interesting culvert. Did you say an interesting culvert?
It's certainly interesting. No, it's very standard culvert. I said existing.
Oh, existing.
Culvert, very standard PVC, normal, circular culvert. But, so yes, we'll need to do a little bit more work. We may need some, waivers as we've looked through the road design, requirements. We're not positive yet, but as we get into that full design, we will know more about that for sure.
Okay.
And the other one would get the fire marshal to sign off. It looks like it's large enough for them to turn their yacht around in.
Yes, that's right, but we will have them review, certainly.
And how long is that road total? 243, 174? It's getting close to 1,000?
I think it is right around, I think it's about 800 feet to the start
Okay.
of the cul-de-sac, but
Okay.
that's, I'm sort of pulling that,
No,
Two
that
or
looks probably about right.
650 maybe?
Okay,
Yeah, 'cause
so it's
the
under
mag-
1,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the magic number is to be under 1,000.
It's under 1,000.
There you go.
What's the green space in the back that's
That's
within the
proposed open space.
open space?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. I don't see anything jumping out at me that says, oh, no, you can't do that.
Sure, thank
And
you.
there's, as far as no ponds, no wetlands,
Yeah, so if you see the, it's sort of hard to tell, I'm in a Vanna White, but I want to be in front of the microphone. These, this pink line is an approximate forested wetland line. So we will have that properly delineated and on a full plan for you when we come back.
okay. But no ponds, no bodies of water.
That's correct, sir.
And there's a recent subdivision just to the east, and then Rabbit
correct.
Run is also to the east?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to place where the land is.
Abenaki, okay.
And just a reminder to the board, I know we have a lot of new faces. Part of a sketch plan, you do have the opportunity, if you so choose, to do an on-site walk if you'd like to. That's something that I think that the applicant can just show you, like, what's existing there. We haven't done that in quite some time, but I just want to make sure that you're aware that that option is available, so you have a better understanding of the lay of the land, because sometimes 2D is not always the best.
That's right. Yes, there is
Yes.
topography on the site,
Yeah.
and it will be coming on a future plan, but it does, it slopes upward pretty
I think that
substantially here.
when this goes to the next phase, I think this very well be appropriate to have a site walk. I think I'd like one, but unless you think we need to for your, to make sure we really understand what you're doing here, it seems fairly straightforward.
Yeah, I think doing it at a later
You
date,
obviously-
once we have some more data for you all to review when
You
you're
have an
on site would be more
experienced team.
beneficial, yeah.
Dealing
Yeah,
with it.
if
So I
there,
think
there
that's
is
what-
an interesting culvert or something like that, we will
That's right.
probably find that out, but
For sure.
I assume that you've already looked at that. I don't see any problems.
Joe, anything else?
No.
No? Peter?
Nope.
Good.
Couple of, I just want to ask, you said you did have an opportunity to sit down and go over the memo that was issued on the 13th?
We met with them previous to any memo, but they did sit down with us and take some time just to help us get our hands around the subdivision regulations prior to coming up with this
Yeah.
design, yeah.
Which is perfect. I just wanted to make sure if you had any questions relative to the comments that they've given the planning board, that you had an opportunity to look at them. They are online.
Okay,
How do they get shared with the applicant?
We email them
Yeah.
directly.
So you've been emailed them. I was just curious, there was an interesting comment that said, hey, this is larger than 5 acres, you could consider cluster development. Are you shying away from that?
yeah, we'd prefer to do a conventional subdivision here. And you guys, I don't think you call it conventional in town, but just a standard.
Not a cluster.
Yeah, non-cluster subdivision.
That sounds good. Remember what, the authorization letter says Lot 6B, the application says Lot 6B2. Is there some confusion? Why am I confused about that? What's the difference?
From the
Yeah,
original.
that's a great question, and if need be, we can get that updated. I'm not positive. I believe that 6B is the parent parcel and 6B2 is the one that is subdivided out, but I will double check it and make sure it's all in
Well,
line
I
for
don't
the
need
next
to know tonight, I
application.
just,
Yeah,
Well, you know how it is when you look at something for the first time? You may not know anything about the subject, but you look for irregularities.
Sure.
That jumped out.
that's right.
all. Clarify the lot lines on the plan. This is what happens when I look at this a week ago. Is the road on one of these lots or not? Who owns the road?
Yeah,
It's an
so,
existing road and has nothing to do with this subdivision.
no, it is a private road, which is currently owned by Kathleen Spang, who's here with me, who is the owner of the entire parcel at this moment, excepting the lot that her son owns.
It's a separate parcel, it's a separate lot?
Well, it was recorded as a private road, but it's over the same lot.
One, B2.
On which lot? Can you point to the lot that
Yes, so
owns that road?
this plan is a bit confusing to look at. So all this area that's in blue and green.
The blue and the green,
And all of this area that's in white here, including the strip and the road, are all owned by Mrs. Spang.
right,
This lot was parceled out to her son as a family division.
yeah.
So this road, all of the rights to the road are held by Kathleen Spang, and her son has the right as part of his lot.
But the deed for the road is part of a different lot.
It's an easement across her lot. It's not a right, it's an easement across her lot.
Well, yeah, it's a private road that has been recorded in the
No, no,
registry,
I-
but it's an
I got that.
easement, yes,
But
to,
it's-
to use.
But it's an easement that's on a particular lot. You
Yes,
know
and
it's-
it is the parent parcel. The entire parcel is, and you can't,
And it is not gonna be a part of the subdivision.
no,
And it's an easement, they got it right away.
yeah, that's right.
This should be obvious to me, but it's not. Currently, there are 2 lots or 3 lots?
Two,
2. So we are taking one of those lots and it will be divided into 5
that,
parcels.
that is
No, and there's.
4 new ones,
4
one
new ones,
existing.
1
So
existing.
that larger lot there will be divided into 5 lots.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
there'll be a remaining lot.
Yes, yes, you're exactly right.
And the
There'll be
remaining
4
lot.
that will be in a subdivision.
There we
Correct.
go.
One that will remain,
That's right.
Okay.
and there's a second one that will remain.
All right,
Separate.
thank you, I'm
Yes.
clear now.
All right, and they all are gonna have access to the road,
That's
as
right,
it turns out.
yes.
That's their problem.
Okay. And again, I don't think, we didn't just, all of this will be clear on plans that are a little more formal. It's just
That's right.
I couldn't figure them out, and I got it now.
Yeah, this is like an upgrade to the pencil sketch, because it's in color, but really it's a pencil sketch.
That's right, you've given the illusion of precision.
That's right,
Pencil with a ruler.
yes.
I'm trying to think of where I got this phrase, but where did I come up with the phrase that talked about a boundary line agreement? Is that what is the boundary line agreement?
Currently, the only agreement would have been the lot division for the family lot. There isn't any other existing boundary line agreement.
On the entire piece
Microphone.
is what it is. So on the,
You could just hand her the microphone,
No. Yes, this thing.
or not.
I think I'm very close to understanding this, by the way.
And then
When you say the
identify
entire
yourself.
piece,
She's the pro, I should have had her up here.
And then identify yourself, thanks.
so this is one entire piece
Okay.
here.
which is, go slowly.
That go, this is one entire piece that I own. And this road goes in here, and then I don't know if it shows on here.
Can I just stop you for a sec?
Sure.
You said you own, I thought one of those sections, the one that's closest on the right to the blue, is not owned by you.
Well, it's my son, but I did own it.
Ah, there you go. So,
Yes.
so it's not
I gifted
one
it to
piece
him.
anymore, now it's 2 pieces.
Right.
Got it.
But then this whole thing is part of the rest of this on the other side.
Ah, right. And there's a boundary line somewhere, that this is referring to a boundary line.
That's the
agreement.
outlot.
Here, yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you pull up the tax maps? Would that be helpful, so you
Yeah,
guys
th-
can
th-
see the
this-
overall?
No, well,
This is the best,
Yeah, that
Look at it right here. if you have this.
I do. Yeah. But I think I like this better now. I'm looking at it, that I'm understanding that the road is an easement on
Kathleen's property.
24-5-6B2.
And B1's in the middle of it. So you got B2 with B1 right smack dab in
All
the
of
middle.
this is
Yes.
right now.
According to the tax map?
That's what I couldn't see before.
Yep.
And this piece up here.
That's the Suns.
I've got 24-5-6B2, then -6B1, and then -6B2 is located on the map, on the tax map on this one. So the B1, the property you used to own, is in between these two lots. There we go.
That's
I
correct.
got it. There we go. And part of it's on this, it looks like these are, there's a skinny yellow line here instead of a broad yellow line, so now I got it. Thank you. A little colorblind.
Okay.
Thank you, this was helpful. I wouldn't have figured this out by looking at it.
So on the application for sketch plan, you've answered the questions. It says, has this land been part of other subdivisions within the past 5 years? It says yes, but I thought we just decided the answer was no.
That's right. That's a clerical error.
Okay. But yes, in that it was a family subdivision, but not,
Not in the last 5 years.
That's correct.
and it didn't come for a formal subdivision review.
That's
Because
correct.
it's a family.
Family, got it.
So, a question to the code office. When we consider this, we're only really looking at the road easement on the way in and the 4 new subdivided lots. We're not taking into consideration the lot given to the family member or the remaining from the original lot, this whole kind of area to the right-hand side.
Right, so I mean, again, the parent parcel's still there, we need to show that, and
Yeah,
the
but
abutting
it's not,
parcels. Correct,
we would only worry about stormwater on and off to that or access to the road that otherwise that's there and we don't worry about it.
correct.
Got it.
The application also says what zoning district, and it lists it as free enterprise.
That's correct.
But I thought, again, I'm having trouble coming up where I found this.
There is a very small area.
In the application, it says that there's some in the Goose Rocks.
There's a very small area right at the front that's in the Goose Rocks, but it's not the area that's being subdivided.
So it's on the, what do we call it, the parental property?
Where is it?
The parent parcel. Yeah, I believe, it's not shown on here, but I believe it's like right in here.
So the area you're subdividing is not.
That's correct. The
Right.
area that we are subdividing is in the free enterprise zone.
Okay.
So it's the road that shares the free enterprise with the Goose Rocks.
That's right.
The entrance to the road.
It's this area right here.
On the parent lot.
That's correct.
Yeah. Starting to get there.
All right.
Yeah, that's, so I'm coming from the notes section is where that came from. The locust parcel, which I guess this whole map is partly in the Goose Rock zone.
That's right. And there is another note on the plan that I noticed when I was preparing to come tonight that references a wrong acreage to be divided. Again, this was, a plan that we sort of used as a base map to give you an upgraded pencil sketch, so we'll get
Just
that all
trying to-
cleaned up.
I'm feeling badly that I'm quizzing you about things that really don't have to do
No, that's
with
what we're here for,
what it is you're
please.
partitioning. but if there's a takeaway, it's anything you can do to make it clear
Sure.
later that here's what we're not subdividing, you know. Give me information about what the focus on the
Sure,
subdivision.
absolutely.
It'll make it go easier next time, I think.
The way things are going, next time you're here, it might be a completely different board.
Uh-oh. Didn't you guys just have a town vote? Do you guys do town, I'm from New Hampshire, we just did town vote a couple weeks ago.
No, not, it's not that, it's just we had 2 members just drop off.
Oh, okay.
And, they're leaving like flies.
Well, George,
No,
you
you're not.
sponsored this, so you gotta stay, okay?
No, this isn't mine. This isn't mine. So, here's where I was confused, and I've got it now, and I know that this is a pencil sketch. This, it looks like 3 different properties, and it's not clear how this one singular property is one singular property. I know it's just the scale and everything on there, but I think I've got it. It's this, part of it's this little orange line here on the end of the circle.
Yeah, so essentially, the lot 1, which is in the middle of the 2
Yes.
parcels,
B1.
everything to the left of that is contemplated for this subdivision here.
Yes, but currently, it's part of that parcel that's up for subdivision is part of the parcel over on the right.
Mhm.
It's the B1 property, the one in the middle that's distracting.
That's right, yes.
So if there's a way visually when you do that so that I can just ignore that, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, we can probably gray it out or something to make it
Something.
very clear, sure.
Yeah, because it's, that was confusing for me in the sketch. It's not a really big deal, but I'm not that bright.
When that was spun off, was the road dimension defined?
It was.
Okay.
I think as a proof of concept, I don't see any issues. I mean, I think they need to do some math and line drawing to make it a little clearer.
Sure.
Yeah. Looks very something. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks so much for your time, appreciate it.
Well, I don't know if we're done. Are we done? We're done.
Thank you very much. Whew. And no case manager for this case.
No, it's just a sketch, proof of concept.
The family.
It was helpful, though, having the discussion to be able to understand what was
It was
what.
helpful for us, I hope it was helpful for the applicants.
Well, they know what's going on. It looked like one piece of land that was divided in 6 ways, but it's one piece of land. It's a weird division. There's like a missing tooth.
We're gonna go on to item 6 on the agenda,
This is so easy.
number 250205, 669 Kings Highway. Initial review tonight.
What, no more subdivisions?
Evening.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Weir, and to my right is Theron Nine Large. We are from Sebago Technics, and we're here on behalf of Lawrence Vanderborn. Our site is located at 669 Kings Highway, which is located on like the southern portion of Kings Highway. It is comprised of 0.21 acres of land, which looks over Goose Fair Bay. It is identified as map 34, lot 32, and it is zoned as Goose Rocks zone with a shoreland zone overlay. The parcel has approximately 75 feet of shoreline, and it sits in 2 effective flood zones, a VE elevation 16 and an AO zone. And there will now talk to you about the application.
Theron Nine Large again. How are you doing?
Can you help me with your name?
Yes, I can.
Theron?
Theron Nine Large, hyphenated last name.
Thank you.
Okay, so we first submitted this project on February 19th. We were missing the money for the abutters list, so we got pushed to the next submission date, so that's why we're here
I see.
tonight.
Sorry.
It's one day late. We received comments on March 13th. We resubmitted to the town with responses on March 18th. You may have gotten them this morning. I have some copies here. I have 9 copies. I don't know if it's appropriate to give them to you now if you don't have them, but if you do, that's great. Do you? Okay. So there were a lot of comments. We were advised to ask for waivers for a lot of construction that we're not doing in regards to roads, curbs, sidewalk dimensionings, stormwater, sanitary and potable water. We're not doing it. We're not touching any of that on the site. We're only focused on the front at the ocean side. Also lighting, signage, and floor area were some items. So we're respectively asking for waivers for those because we're not even, it's not even
That's
applicable.
applicable, understood.
Yeah,
Understood.
yeah.
It might be helpful if you could remind us exactly what it is you're proposing to do. And then we probably won't have any problem, saying these things are not applicable.
Okay, well, she's going to talk about that. I just want to get, just
Okay.
a couple more things.
Oh, a little bit of
Just a couple
history.
more things.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
I just wanted to remind you that we did submit a flood hazard certification in our updated plan this morning. MDEP approval was granted on February 28th. Site visit was on February 27th. We met on site with Maine DEP. And also on the revised submission, the flood zone line was updated on both the survey and the site plan to match what is in GIS and what was updated, the most currently updated flood zones. I'm gonna now hand it back to Kelsey to talk about the coastal floodplain, what exactly we're doing on the site. Thank you.
Just the general.
The general,
Okay, so what's currently existing right now is a revetment that spans mostly across the beach. It's a stone revetment. If you go out to the site and you're standing on the lawn looking out towards the ocean, the revetment kind of stands by your feet, if not like a foot above the lawn. That is due to the January storms. It was
Undermined.
not undermined, the top rocks fell down. So it used to be at elevation 15, and the top rocks fell forward and got buried by the sand dune that got completely wiped out in front of it. The sand came back and buried those top rocks that fell. So what we're proposing to do is to take 3 to foot diameter stones and place those back on top, bringing it back up to elevation 15. They'll be pinned to the existing stones, which will help stabilize it from not falling down again. Due to the fact that this is in the front dune, we talked with the DEP, met them out on site. We all agreed to minimize impacts to the front dune, that we're not going to dig up the stones that fell, but we will bring in new stones and pin them.
And place on top of the existing revetment.
Yes.
Got it.
Yep, bringing that top of the revetment back up to elevation 15. We are also planning to remove we're planning to remove the Rosa rugosa that is there and replant it with the native species of Virginia rose. All proposed work will be performed landward of the revetment, so there won't be any impacts to the beach.
Remind me, I know you said this, but how much linear shorefront are we talking about?
75 feet. The stones that will be placed will be approximately the same size, color, and shape of what is existing.
The existing revetment, some of that is under sand today,
Yes.
so you're not extending the
Footprint.
revetment footprint at all into the sand any further?
Nope, we are just placing rocks back
Just
on
on
top
top?
and putting probably one right behind it, just so it secures the back of it.
And then pin the ones on top to the existing there.
Yes,
Are these stainless steel pins?
yes, they are.
Are they epoxied?
Yes, they are.
Okay,
And who are you channeling?
yeah, Larry. And,
Wants to be another case manager.
sorry, former planning board member.
Yep.
And access to the site will be across the property?
Access to the site.
So you're gonna do this work,
How
you
you gonna
will
bring the trucks
access
in?
the work across the property, not coming up on the beach?
Nope.
Okay,
All work is landward of the revetment.
all right, and it was just the top rocks that were toppled? No other part of the revetment was damaged to where it won't support the new rocks you're putting on?
Correct.
Okay,
Some of the top rocks that are existing there might have to be reset slightly,
you bet,
so that it's fully stabilized.
okay.
I guess,
And why replanting with Virginia rose versus a rugosa?
Rosa rugosa is technically an invasive species.
Okay.
if I'm standing on the beach, to the left-hand side of the revetment is an entry.
You're
or a
looking
walk
at the
path.
house from the beach?
On the
So
stairs.
is it stairs, but I thought, is there a pathway there that connects to the road?
Yes.
I know on one of them. So the only thing would be when the work is being done, some sort of, I don't know if that's accessed by the public?
It
but
is.
if-
There's a fence going along there.
Okay, I just
so-
wanted to make sure that there was, when you're doing the work, taking into consideration the possibility of having people walking by when you're lifting 2-ton stones or 4-ton stones, and they being a very curious species of people.
Yep.
That need to be taken into consideration.
They're cute at this age.
Yeah. And I appreciate the access that you are showing, how you're gonna get the vehicles in to do it and everything, because that's often a question, but you've taken care of that, so well done.
Were neighbors' walls washed out as well? I mean, probably. Is this gonna affect the water flow onto their property at all?
Nope. Their revetments are approximately the same size. We didn't see there, if you kind of look, if you stand on those stairs and look sideways along it, their revetments look a little taller than ours do.
Okay,
So,
well, we can fix that. I don't have any other questions.
I'm good.
Good.
Quick question. Can you educate me what the term, it says the proposed work includes backfilling areas with common borrow. What's that mean? Borrow.
Borrow, I believe that it means that we're gonna use the like material, like the sand material,
Oh.
we're not bringing in different material
Got
than
it.
than
Borrow
would
it.
normally be.
It sounds very Old English, kind of belongs on
It does,
Kings
I
Highway,
just thought
right?
it was an
I think it might
archaic
be, actually,
term,
yeah.
but
Have a glass of ale.
sounds good.
Here, here.
This lot is non-conforming as to size. It's is it entirely in the shoreland and
Yeah.
RP is as well?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But you're not changing anything about impervious surface, or you're just fixing something that just broke?
yep,
Better than it was?
yes.
Okay,
Stainless steel.
that sounds grand.
And there are suggestions in the document about flood hazard development certificate and,
In the document now.
yeah,
What
in
document?
the planning board, in the staff.
In the memo.
Oh, I was gonna ask about the staff notes now.
Okay.
You said you've responded to that.
Yes.
I think my notes tell me there were 7 comments, four of them looking for responses. Does that sound about right? Would it make sense just to quickly go through those here?
We can. We also gave a response memo back yesterday morning or yesterday at some point, and we have copies of those if you did not receive those. If you would like
I'd be
those.
okay with just a verbal on it, or if the code office says they're fine with the responses, I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah, we have the responses and it's part of the
If you
SharePoint.
If you had a chance to,
I've had the chance to review review them.
I
yes.
just have the 8 to 13 March version here, which didn't incorporate their responses.
Correct, because it's just,
Just came
yeah,
in
they
just
came,
came,
yeah,
yesterday, yeah.
yeah.
Just
So
appeared.
hot off the press, how's it
Yeah,
work, Galen?
that's, you know, staff did look over this, you know, again, we suggested some waivers and they responded to those waivers in agreement, and they gave a little bit more substantial information of why they think it's waived.
Yep, yep.
The only question that we had, outstanding was, and then, again, this can be just verbally stated, just for the record. We still had a question about section, 219 6G1A and B, the physical changes to natural landscape. Just confirm from an engineer that, because those rocks that have toppled and now you're adding on top, this isn't going to cause any impact on the floodplain.
No, it's
for
not.
FEMA. Yeah, okay, that's really something that we just
good to
wanted
me.
for the record.
So, as far as you can see, all of the concerns have been addressed. I did some Googling, there was a concern that was raised in the code, in this memo, that said there was a concern that Virginia rose might not be as helpful against erosion as Rosa rugosa. And I know that I did some Googling, and it sounds like it.
I think you're
is.
mistaking 103 Marshall Point.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes,
all
they're
right.
the two
Yeah.
preventments, and the other one did not have any proposed landscaping. We are actually in support of
Yeah.
the Virginia Rose. We think that's
You're
a
good,
good.
okay.
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Nina would be cringing if she thought
Well-
we ever were
Well, no.
to say anything against the
I would never
Virginia
support
rose.
keeping an invasive species.
All
so-
right.
No, we're supportive of that landscaping plan.
So, this is an initial review, do you want to take us through the waiver requests, or do you want us to look at the memo and say we're good with them? We can give you a verbal on them.
It is up to you guys. What is ever easiest for you?
What do you guys want to do?
When it's in, we can look at it and address it the next
So-
meeting.
So we'll look at the updated memo that we don't need to look at right now in real time.
Okay.
That Galen or Nadia will post for us, and we'll likely go along with them. As
If
far
we,
as I'm concerned, this is a complete application.
Yep.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All agree?
I
Agree.
I
All
vote.
right.
if we went through them today, the waivers,
Yeah.
could we get this over in one meeting, or does it have to be two meetings?
I'm afraid we still have to allow for a public
Okay.
input at the next meeting, so
Sounds
I
good.
don't think it's gonna save you the time that
That's okay.
could be.
So,
about
with that, who is the case manager for this one?
I'll volunteer. I think I'm the only, you want?
I'll take this one.
Okay.
I'll play civil engineer.
Oh, all right, all right.
Well, I can't spell engineer.
I didn't know that was a requirement.
So this will be nominally on the 2nd of April. Will it fit on the schedule, as far as we know? Yes, 2nd of April will be a public hearing. And any pushback from the neighbors on doing this? It seems like they'd be happy to
No pushback?
keep up the neighborhood.
Yep.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It just depends on how good I am.
You're good.
I wouldn't push it. I think this one has the potential for findings of fact, the other one doesn't, that I got.
Fastest mic in the West.
Yeah, I heard it.
What, no more subdivisions?
Where am I now?
We went over our.
David, do you have to be here, or do you come because you love it?
What's next?
Site plan review, Marshall Point. Marshall Point.
We're going to go on to item 7.
David, you come because you like it, or do you have to?
That's listed like minimized,
Wow.
you can't do it if you're actively.
All right, we're going to go on to item 7 on the agenda. It's number 250206, 103 Marshall Point Road. Evening.
Ready? First of all, thank you for taking some time tonight. My name is Sam Hayden. I'm here on behalf of Bob Marisich. And I got to just say, to start with, I had heard You were a bunch of flint-eyed, steely, hard-nosed fellas.
We
But
got rid of them.
this has been really, rather pleasant, so I'm glad to,
Now,
let's keep that up.
we're ready for you.
Okay, here, this is what, this is what you talked about.
I think that's called buttering
That
you
was a
up.
mistake. That was a mistake.
A buttering you. No,
Remember that magnifying glass?
Please.
so, Bob Marisich, he purchased this property, he built a large home, and in the winter storms of 2024, his revetment was damaged, kind of like everyone else. He has decided that he would like to repair the revetment and expand it so that it is kind of complete. He won't ever have to touch it again, rather than replacing in kind and dealing with this, potentially dealing with this again in the future. He's proposing, we are proposing, 4,698 square feet of permanent impacts for the riprap revetment. We'll go into these numbers a little bit, in a little bit more detail. Along 175 linear feet, and there's also 5,363 square feet of temporary impacts associated with the project for construction. So I should have started off by saying here that let's see. Oh, I apologize. I lost my note. We're within shoreline. Oh, pardon me. We're in the Goose Rock Zone, Shoreline Overlays District, and the Resource Protection District. Additionally, these orange lines here represent the flood hazard zone. So we're within the flood hazard zone, both zone VE at 16 feet and AE at 10 feet. There's a sizable salt marsh on the backside of the property as well. Also, this is considered front dune by the Maine Geological Survey. We can take a look at some pictures. There's not much sand out there, but it does technically meet their criteria. So the proposal is to rebuild the existing revetment, raising it approximately 2 feet, and incorporating large stones along the top. What happened was the wave energy came up, loosened up some undersized stones along the top, and just as you heard before, pulled them down to the toe of the revetment. Those stones were not buried because there's no sand down there to bury them. It's just a ledge, rocky shore. We're requesting a similar number of waivers for things like signage, curb cuts, building envelope, not applicable
stuff.
I think that the majority of the interest in this project is going to be in the lot coverage and in well, the other main comments had to do with our plan set. This plan set was developed for an individual permit application with the DEP.
Sure.
It was submitted back in July 2024. We're still processing 240-something days later. And so we're coming before you to see if we can get a conditional approval from you, conditional on the DEP, so that when they kind of get around to it.
So you got no feedback from them at all?
None. The last bit of feedback that I got was in January, and she said this was 3 months out minimum. A solicitor sent a letter. I haven't heard what came of that. Their when we submitted this application, there's a statutory requirement that they review within 120 days. They missed it. It's just, a lot of these projects all came in at once, and DEP is notoriously understaffed. So we're kind of stuck on hold. They were hoping to build this winter, but that's, we're past that now, so.
So you're looking for us to review this in the absent their approval, but to perhaps make it a condition of proceeding with the work.
Correct.
Okay. Understood.
So, staff provided a memo that was very thorough, and I presume you all have a copy of this. It's issued on the 13th. I'm happy to just run through this and hit the highlights. And if you have further questions when I'm finished, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, just to help us understand
Oh, sure.
what it is you're doing, and then maybe, as Galen said before, you might have heard that aside from any comments that the staff provided, each of us has gone through the materials that you provided the copies of, and maybe we have some questions that
Sure.
could add to the mess.
The goal of the project is to repair the revetment that was disturbed and raise it approximately 2 feet, 2 to 3 feet along its length. And that would permanently stabilize the slope.
And it's 175 feet end to end now, and you're gonna do repair, upgrade of the entire length.
Correct.
Perfect, okay.
Nadia, are you controlling the computer? Can you go to the, I sent you some photos in a Word document?
Yes.
I think that might help.
Is this on the same footprint as well as the last one?
There's an expansion of the footprint.
There is, into the beach,
No, we're expanding landward.
other way.
That was the reason that we had to go the individual permit route. So if you would go down to like the second or third last page. Yeah. So this is a good picture to take a look at. This shows some of the impacts. What you'll see here is on the left side, that's the lower portion of the revetment. That remains in quite good condition. It's an older style of revetment. They're stones that are tightly fit together and they form a smooth wall. Modern revetment design, they want that to be a little bit more coarse to help absorb wave action, but that remains in good condition. The upper part is sort of just this loose boulder that there's no filter fabric beneath it. Stones are quite undersized, and it did not weather the storm. And so we requested from the DEP authorization to disturb the entire face of this revetment in case that was needed during construction, but the intent is to only repair as much as needed in order to create something that's going to be long lasting, and that's somewhat going to be determined as they get into construction and start pulling up stones and seeing what's good. So that upper portion is going to be raised and expanded landward. There's about 1,000, pardon me, I'm not make up a number here, 1,106 square feet of additional impact, of additional coverage landward.
So moving this way,
Correct.
you're gonna build it up and in. So revetment, how does that end up being classified as far as, is that impervious just like a driveway, or?
So in shoreline zoning, we count anything that is a non-vegetative surface as part of lot coverage.
Moss grows on rocks.
That's
That doesn't work.
what was originally there before it's non-vegetative. So if you remember back to 80 Turbot's Creek,
Yeah.
when that project was in front of you, they did the same calculations.
Yeah. So how does that work? As far as, do you have to do how much impervious land I have before and after?
Yes.
Oh, that'll be fun.
So that was one of the comments that was brought up by the staff. We did that. And I'm happy to discuss that now as we're on the topic.
You should just to, again, help us get oriented here.
Sure.
You're looking to confine your repair to the, what I'll call the rubble area, so that I can put that in my mind's eye. How wide a swath would you have to take to remove all of that rubble? Is that a 2-foot wide, or is that a? I'll show you what we're.
Sure, I understand.
From here back.
Yeah, so. On the scaling here, and from being on site,
Yeah.
it's, the existing stone is something about 6 feet wide, about my wingspan.
The existing
The existing rubble.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we would be expanding landward very approximately another 6 feet.
Are you adding in borrowed material?
The intent is not to bring in any fill other than the stone that we're going to be.
So it'll just be barefaced stone?
Yes.
And as staff has noted, there's the flood hazard in here. Now I'm directing even more water back toward the house.
Huh?
Well, I'm expanding the stone along both sides, so when a wave comes up over there at some point in time, where's that water gonna go? In the event of a flood or a big storm in the winter?
Sure. Well, this is flood hazard zone AE 16. That elevation 16 has to do with the crest of the waves during those storms. This is proposed at 18 feet. So the idea is that
It wouldn't be top.
it would be a really big wave.
That would be a
overcrest.
1 in 100-year storm, right?
Well, 16 is a 100-year storm.
Okay.
And
George, are you suggesting that would contain the
Well,
waters
water
that had come
behind it.
over the wall
Yeah,
and
where's-
disallow it from going
Yeah,
back to the
yeah,
ocean?
where does that water then drain?
so that water can drain off to the sides of the property, or a revetment is not impervious. It's impervious from the perspective of a water droplet falling from the sky, but the water can
Water's gonna
recede
flow
through it.
underneath it. You're
Yes.
gonna have fabric underneath there and all kind of stuff.
Yes.
How deep a channel? So I think what you made me see is I've got a 6-foot channel of rubble now, probably doesn't go down all that deep. You wanna take out that 6 foot, you wanna double its width to 12 foot, and you wanna fill it with stone, with big stones.
Larger stones, yes. In the plan set, we have a typical revetment section, and that has some bedding stones. It shows come with me. We're showing filter fabric, some bedding stones so that the face stones can sit down and be well supported. And then we've got a 2-to-1 slope on the face stones. And we're looking at it's approximately 3 feet of face stones. I don't have the number for the size of the stones, but yeah.
But what you were saying is, as I'm looking at it, the right-hand side would probably remain down at the toe, and you wouldn't address that, so you'd only be putting the geotextile and the new stones on that upper 12 feet-ish.
Yeah, I maybe shouldn't have brought that up. I don't wanna promise that. But the intent is to only repair what needs to be repaired.
Right, so you wouldn't necessarily, that cross-section, you're not going in there, taking all the revetment out currently, putting the geotextiles down, putting it all back on it, and building it all the way back up to 18 feet.
I think I understand your question, and the answer is yes. The intent is to repair those areas of the revetment that need it, and to leave the areas of the revetment that will continue to function without additional repair.
Has this revetment been repaired over the years? This is the first time that we know of.
This is the first time that I am
Okay.
aware of.
And if I were to take a stake and drive it right down through there, do I hit ledge or do I hit sand dune?
I don't know the soils there. Based on the fact that the geological survey says it's front dune, I would assume that it's sand. However, it's difficult to see in this photo, but off to the left here, there is no sand in front of this dune, or in front of this revetment at all.
Sand comes and goes around here.
Sure it does.
Washes out, sometimes washes back.
Yeah, I've been to the site on 2 occasions, and there was not
Yeah.
there was not any sand there.
Like Colony Beach washes out every year and then somehow miraculously comes back.
Sure,
Aliens.
I can only, yeah.
I mean, I'm obviously not a hydrologist or an engineer, but it just seems to me that if water comes up over a surface and you're extending the impervious surface behind that, that water's gonna have to go somewhere. Or if we get 10 inches of rain, water gonna have to go somewhere. Is it gonna start washing out the soils that are around and underneath the revetment you're proposing? I mean, there are flood hazards regardless of the ocean. There's water comes down out of the sky.
Yeah, we're not anticipating that precipitation landing behind the revetment is gonna lead to erosion beneath or around the revetment. The geotextile is there for that reason specifically. And the bedding stones will also, the geotextile holds the soils, the existing soils back. The bedding material holds that geotextile in place very firmly, and then the face stones go on top. So it's not that.
It's not gonna pool up behind there.
That's correct.
Well,
Okay.
my question, it's hard to tell, but it looks like there's some slope going to the right.
Yes.
So if you create an impermeable barrier and you get a lot of rain, it's not a real solution to just divert it to your neighbor's yard. Isn't that what's gonna happen?
The property is situated out on a point, and I don't have a good map that will show this. This revetment, the area we're talking about is here on the north side. The land falls away back this way, a considerable distance before you hit the neighbor's home, and so, yeah, there's the potential for erosion to occur at this point, but I think we're not talking about paving this whole area and providing, massively a massive amount more impervious coverage in this area. If the rains come, some will leave as it does now. Some will percolate through the ground.
The only other way to do that is put drainage in and have it feed out through the front as you're putting down your geotextile. The other question I had that's similar to that is you got kind of these two dog ears of the revetment that go beyond your property. And you're gonna have to tie into those, or, and if you're changing the height and the slope on yours and not theirs, is that gonna end up having an impact on your neighbor?
So we're essentially going to turn, the peak at 18 feet will be back on the property here, and then the revetment will slope down to meet existing grade at the property line. The revetment that we're talking about is at elevation 18, proposed to be at elevation 18. This property over here is considerably lower and is raised on stilts. And the property to the south, the home there is a considerable ways away with their own separate, independent revetment.
I'm just saying you got two pieces that it looks to me that are all part of the same revetment, but are not on your property.
Yeah,
Those two pieces, and how do you transition to do that? So, because if you're increasing the height of yours, and that's the same, like you're gonna have to somehow get to their height and not impact what's going on both north and south.
Because like on that south end, you show it tapering off down to the existing one. What's it?
Nadia, can you
what's
put
it do with
that
the north?
picture up on the
Yeah.
wall behind us? Do you have
Do everything.
Is the property to the south a vacant lot?
We are Flint.
I should know the answer to this question.
This is what I'm talking about here.
What is that?
That's not theirs.
Right.
That's revetment.
Does it exist?
Yes, it does. So this is our existing conditions survey. There's stone that extends out.
And so what will the interface between the green area and the two not green areas on either end of it?
It will match, so
Look like?
it will match grade at the point, at the property line. And then, as it is able to step up at that 2-to-1 angle, or 2-to-1 slope, it will raise up from the property line to 18 feet. So it'll be a smooth transition from 18 feet down to grade at the property line, and it will tie in with that existing, I don't know what to call it, the sort of wings of this existing revetment.
Dog ears, I like dog ears.
Dog ears, it'll tie in there. We're not proposing to do any work to those.
All right. I've got two practical questions.
Before you do that, I want to make sure Mike's got his, he
Because
raised
I'm
this
sorry, you're right,
question.
you're right.
Yeah.
it's, my understanding, it's not only height, but it was distance this way too. So you're gonna be farther back than where you're meeting here. So this really, if you got it, I've gone out here some, and I'm coming back to where you were, because you said the existing was 6 feet, and you're gonna run it up another 6 feet.
The green here is our proposed, and the
They're
slopes.
already far.
Can I just add, Mike's raised, this is one of those situations where we raise a concern, but our knowledge of the subject isn't deep enough to maybe be asking exactly what, he's really asking you, hey, this kind of looks like you might be creating a problem on the two edges that we're not dealing with. How can you alleviate that broad concern? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Sure.
good. It's the impact on the neighbors.
Yeah, well,
Problem.
how does this solution give an integrated solution? Not making the problem on the outskirts of this worse than it already is.
Sure. There's two pieces to this, and the first one had to do with rain and runoff. I don't have much to add on the runoff piece. There's water that falls on the property now that's not held back by the existing revetment. The proposed revetment is not going to be impervious, and it will flow down through the revetment, and it will flow around the revetment, and it will not. No, we're not anticipating there to be
And the
any
spaces in
big
between the
issues.
boulders. you're
Correct.
saying. Okay.
Right,
Water already goes someplace.
yeah. It's gonna find its way downhill. There's another aspect of this, which is the wave action.
Yeah.
And what we've already discussed, we've got the wave elevation of 16 feet for the 100-year storm. And we've got an 18-foot high wall. And so there is if the properties were immediately adjacent and had, revetments that had stepped down, I think there's a case to be made. Or if we were talking about having raising the level to, if we weren't talking about something that was so high an 18-foot high revetment is going to get tested, once every 100 years.
But when it does, we don't want it to fail in a way that it would fail worse after your solution than it would
I
today.
guess, is it that we just need some additional detail on how it's gonna tie into these two ends? The dog ears or whatever, and
yes.
give us some clarity on how that's gonna work, and so how the stone's gonna tie in, and also how the water flow's gonna work.
Will it tie in?
Yeah.
It's gonna be tied in, they're gonna remove the stones, they're gonna remove the rubble from the property.
On,
and they're
in the
gonna
green area.
In the green area.
Yeah.
And they're going to key in the stones that we're repairing with so that they match grade.
And on the extreme end of the green, that stone, how is that gonna tie in to the existing area on the neighbor's property? Or is it,
We're gonna leave the stones on the area, on the neighbor's property, and the stones that are used to repair will be keyed in at the 2-to-1 slope so that they form, the face of the revetment.
So I'll have
Unfortunately, I think
shoulders.
I'm just not able to communicate well.
you're doing good.
It's going to slope down and match grade, and those boulders are going to match the grade
Okay.
at the,
Yeah, and just maybe
property line.
to help us with some additional detail on that, just how that's gonna work, so we can see.
Okay.
I think I got you. You're gonna have kind of shoulders going down to tie in. But there has to be some way of doing that, so you're not impacting your
What I
neighbor.
heard is the first, in my mind's eye, I'm hearing that the first stone in that green area is at the same height
Yeah.
as that dog ear.
Right,
And
then
the
it
next one is gonna
shoulders
be up as high as a 2-to-1 slope.
Right,
will
going back,
allow it,
yeah.
coming back up.
yes.
Were those dog ears formed during the storms? I mean, was that original?
Reformed.
Well-
I don't know, those were existing prior to, Mr. Marisich purchasing the property. I don't know how far back they go.
Dog ears of long standing.
Standing dog ears have been cropped.
How do you get access to this? Is it all directly across the property, or do you have to come up around low tide?
The intent is to do everything from the top.
Okay.
You'll see, we put some temporary impacts below the revetment.
Yep.
In case it was needed
Yep.
for use, but.
Okay.
The intent is to
You're
do
just-
everything from the top,
Just putting some stuff on the top.
yes.
Okay. And I had a question about this DEP application and 120 days. Does it void the application, or do you just get a free pass?
They've refunded his application fee.
So you have to apply over again?
No, it's still in their queue. They just
Okay.
they have so much volume, they have not even
There's
started.
been a lot going on, apparently.
So for our purposes, we could stipulate as a condition that
They
you go
have a-
forward, there's a condition of getting the MDEP, whenever it turns out.
Mhm.
It's, obviously, we don't have control over that either.
And I guess if you could give a little detail showing how you're gonna access this, I'm assuming it's around the
Yeah,
top edge, and put some matting down or whatever to be able to get the vehicles in. And I'm assuming there's clearance there. I don't have a ruler, but you should be able to get in
yeah.
vehicles.
So
Because I don't know where their drive is or whatever, we've just got the front bit of the property.
Do we need that? Do we
That'd be
detail the drive in the house?
Well, just, so, yeah, okay, you've got access that you can get through there.
yes,
Okay,
we
that's
can
the
access along the north side of the property. The plan is to remove the existing landscaping that would be in the way there, build a temporary road of mats,
Yep.
perform do the project, and then put everything
Bring it
back the way that it was.
Got it.
I got it. That picture helps. We'll look at the satellite image.
Okay. I have some other pictures, essentially of that access if we need to look at it. So, to take a step back to where we were going through the memo, I'll just kind of skip through and talk about the ones that I want to talk about, that I think are pertinent.
Okay?
And so
And
for
We'll ask the other ones.
I'll come back.
please do.
I'll come back
That's
with
why
my
I'm here.
questions at the end.
Yes. So for number 4, there was an issue with the highest annual tide line was not shown, and the flood hazard zone was for the map that was available in 2024. And so we've shown the highest, on my map here, which is hot off the press,
Yeah.
we've got the hat line and we have the updated flood hazard zones. This one's sketched in by hand,
Yeah.
but it's a, you know, we will provide a new map.
Excellent.
So
So we'll be good with that.
okay. Number 11, the location and design of the existing and proposed stormwater systems, sanitary systems and disposal systems, potable water supply. The staff comment I want to address here is the proposed plan will increase the impervious surface of the existing revetment. Staff recommends confirming that the engineer of the project is not exceeding negative stormwater impact for the abutters that are not expanding the revetment.
That's what we've been asking.
That's what we've been
That's
asking,
what he's
and
been
I've sort of said my piece on that. We certainly can produce a letter that would have the same effect.
You're saying the design takes that into account.
I'm saying yes. Correct.
That's what we want to be able to capture.
So, and then skipping ahead to the floodplain management standards section for 219 6R5 coastal floodplains. Staff notes that it's in the frontal dune, and alteration of these sand dunes is prohibited unless it can be demonstrated that such alterations will not increase potential flood damage. And the planning board and applicants should prepare to discuss how alterations will not increase potential flood damage with the addition of topsoil for replanting in the frontal dune area. We're trying to build a wall that will stop flood damage from occurring ever again. And so the proposed revetment would be the primary means by which the flood damage would be diverted or avoided.
I think this sounds to me like the same underlying question that you've been grappling with.
Mhm.
But how do we address the concern that this looks great? How do we know it's not going to cause on the periphery in particular, the situation to get worse?
Okay.
And I think we've verbally gone through that.
Yeah, it's not having making it worse for the property or an adverse impact on the neighboring properties.
And it's a sand dune, so water will go where water goes.
I guess I read the one as slightly different about the increase of the impervious. That I've got a lot, and I've got rules about how much of that lot can be impervious. And now I'm increasing the amount of impervious. Don't I need a table or something that says I started with this amount of impervious, then I'm adding this amount, and I'm still under my whatever percent. So we just need
20%.
that laid out, saying that we're still good, or if we're not good, how are we gonna fix it?
I'm guessing with a lot this small, you're already over the
Yeah, so
percentage, the maximum
I
percentage.
didn't,
on that.
I had a chance to pull the numbers, but it wasn't until, it wasn't before this
Yeah.
map was produced. I have them here in front of me. And you're correct, we're well over 20% here.
All these lots that we see are in that neighborhood.
The existing coverage, counting the landscaping, driveway, house, revetment, and the unvegetated area between the revetment and the mean high water is 53.1% of the lot. A bare lot that did not have any, that just had the revetment and the rocky shore would be 26%. So
So
We're-
53% is before or after what you're doing?
53% is before.
So that's right now?
Yep.
And
After,
it
we'd be
will
talking 56.2, so 3.1% increase in coverage, lot coverage.
So are we up against a hard rule here? I have a feeling we are.
You're
Why
making
why
a
do you have to come
non-conforming
back,
property
why
more
do you have to come back
non-conforming.
6 feet more than you are today?
The intent was to raise the revetment, and to do that,
The slope.
at the 2-to-1 slope, it needs to extend further into the,
If the revetment were rebuilt to the exact size it was before the storm, would it increase the impervious surface? Or would it take the same footprint that it had prior to the storm?
if you just built it to the,
What was it, 14 feet before? 16 feet before?
yes,
14?
14.
Okay. If you rebuilt it.
Between 14 and 16.
Okay, if you rebuilt it to exactly the way it was before, would you increase the impervious surface behind it?
No,
Okay, but by building it up and maintaining a 2-to-1 slope, taking it up to 16 feet, you will be increasing the impervious surface behind it.
correct.
So the
From
only,
53% to
it to 18,
56.5.
I'm sorry, I had
Too many
too many.
voices.
Can you say your question again?
From 53% to 56.5.
56.2, yes.
66.2, so you're taking an already non-conforming property and making it more non-conforming.
Correct. To your question, I misspoke. It's 18, not 16.
8, so you're gonna bring it up 2 feet, from the 14 to 16 original to 18.
Yes.
Two to four.
Just in
2 to
general,
4
is
feet.
there a way to do that without increasing,
you'd have to.
The linear distance? No.
You'd have to take out,
you'd have to have a
Hey.
steeper slope.
you have to have a steeper slope,
wall.
or.
Or a wall, or a bulkhead.
Or you have to reduce existing impervious and make it pervious.
They don't have anything to work with for that.
They got a
Just-
driveway,
Like
they got walkways,
a deck, I got
they
several
got
decks.
decks. I mean, we've done this before, where to get your impervious, you had to trim other things to be able to get your.
So I think the
increase.
first question you ask is this a hard and fast rule? And in our experience and my years on the board, yes is the answer.
Okay.
Maybe not in bold letters, but it's, one of the tenets is, you wouldn't be allowed to build here at all today, guy. And you can make some adjustments, you can do some expansions, but in no case can you make it more non-conforming.
Okay.
Disallowed.
So in the
And the goal over long-term is to phase out everybody in this area. Well, that's not happening, but it's really that adamant in the regulations, starting with the state. You shall do nothing to make it more non-conforming.
Understood.
So now we're looking at a way. What about making it a steeper slope?
I'd have to talk to my engineer
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
no, I
I mean,
know,
he,
that's one.
we're dealing with the Atlantic Ocean here, so you know.
I'm sure there's a reason.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like in
can
the
talk to them.
previous applicant where they were restacking granite blocks on top of an entirely different kind of situation. But is there a way that, and this is an engineer's question, that you could just stack higher blocks on it? We had St. Anne's where they rebuilt the wall and then decided to make it even bigger. But it went vertically,
these are
not,
engineering questions.
not horizontally.
Yeah, so I mean, the concern is the impervious area, not increasing it is a hard stop. So you
Anybody tell me
either,
differently?
That's, again, we couldn't calculate it because we didn't have those numbers, but
Yeah.
if he's
Just
over.
as a general principle.
Correct.
Hey,
So in section 240-10.5, variance required. If a proposed structure or use does not meet any of the dimensional requirements of this chapter, a variance must be obtained by the zoning board of appeals in accordance with section 240-9.2 prior to a public hearing by the planning board. So that's their route, if they want to continue just keeping this application and design the way it is. Or they could just, again, go back to the drawing board and come back and maybe they have another solution for you that you can
yeah,
review.
but there's 2 ways you can do this. You can either just do your revetment the same footprint it is, or if you increase it, you've got to trade off somewhere else
Correct.
on the site for that square footage. And everything that would be included in that, walkways, porches, driveways, whatever, is game.
Yep.
So you just have to be able to trade to get up the whatever space you need.
How much square footage is that, do you estimate?
It's 1,106 square feet.
Okay.
100-foot driveway, 10-foot width.
We don't have a 100-foot driveway there, but
I'm just.
yeah,
It's
you're
circle,
visual,
Trying
yes.
to visualize it. That's-
Yep.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, and the increasing the nonconformance is a big deal too. That's why we exist.
Okay.
Can I just, did you have more to go through on the memo?
No.
Okay.
If you have additional questions,
Just to- yeah.
well, wait, hold on.
Okay, please.
There was one other comment about removing vegetation. There's existing, it's a rose species.
Rosa rugosa is there, and you want to put Virginia rose.
No, we won't put rocks there.
Oh.
So that's the extent, that's the expansion, that's in the area that we would be expanding into. The staff just mentioned that that was something that the board needed to take a look at and think about and have a discussion about.
So you're on a sand dune and you're removing what vegetation is there.
Correct.
So that's comment 12 in your memo.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't understand, I thought, because the similarity to the one,
Right,
the other
right.
one, I thought, oh, you're
Don't worry,
replanting with something.
staff got confused too with both revetments because
Okay.
it was like you're going
We have
back,
a lot
which
of
one are we talking
revetments,
about?
still.
So it's normal to happen. So, you know, when you see that section there, section 245.4A, if you click that on the live link, it'll take you to the performance standards for removing vegetation in the shoreland zone. That's part of your chapter 1000 that the town has. And so when you remove an invasive species such as Rosa rugosa, you are to plant it with some other native plantings that would provide the similar type of stability required.
Not granite.
That's staff's
Well,
concern with it.
Yeah.
but-
So I guess, allow me to ask this question. The intent with the vegetation is to provide stability, is to stabilize the soils along the top of the revetment.
Yeah.
The rose had its chance. And I say that not to be glib, but it was not sufficient to hold back the erosion from occurring.
Right.
And so by replacing it with a riprap or a stone revetment solution, it would permanently stabilize that without the use of the vegetation. Now, Mr. Marisich is very, I'm sure he'd be happy to increase plantings, you know, landward of the revetment expansion. But I don't see a way to increase the revetment and then also put plantings in that area.
So
It's-
let's think of it this way. You've got a revetment system, a portion of which has failed now. That portion includes rubble and rugosa roses. You're saying you want to excise that portion of the revetment and replace it with an all-stone solution with fiber and whatever.
Correct.
Right. And you will argue that that solution is inherently more stable than a rubble and rugosa rose solution. Right. I'm persuaded by that. The question is, were the roses doing something above and beyond what the replacement stone system is going to do? And it's hard for me to imagine
Well,
that they would.
I might differ
Help
with
me.
what you said.
Yeah, please.
I don't know that the Rosa rugosa failed in preserving, I forget exactly how you word it, in preserving the revetment.
Stability, yeah.
But it is a sand dune. We drive a stake down there, it's a sand dune. It's a house built on a sand dune next to the ocean. And it's got rocks to protect it. But if there were no rocks there and no house there, there would be vegetation protecting that sand dune. As we continue to remove vegetation from sand dunes, it doesn't hold the soil as well as Bermuda grass, and it's much more likely to wash away. If you go along anywhere on the coast and see where people have tried reconstructing sand dunes, they start sticking vegetation in there, because that's what holds it back. So the problem here is not the revetment. The problem is it's revetment on a sand dune. And
I would contend that,
removing the vegetation is a separate issue.
so once you put a revetment in there instead of a sand dune, that's when you bit that bullet. You would-
And the revetment's gone right now, it's washed away.
I heard something different, though.
Please.
I heard that there is rules, if you remove, you have to do something. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, so that section,
Yeah,
it says, in the resource protection zone, cutting
area?
or removal of vegetation shall be limited to uses expressly authorized in that zone. Within the shoreland and resource protection zones, invasive species may be removed by manual or hand tools or other methods as approved by the Department of Environmental Protection. Where necessary to control erosion, a replanting with native plants is
Okay.
required to replace any removed invasive species.
so the key there is to control erosion, and if it's
Where
on the
needed.
designer to be able to show that their plan would control erosion as well as,
Without a planting,
without planting as well as the planting would.
correct.
So it isn't that you
Or
have to,
better.
you have to show at least as what good, if not better, control with what you're doing.
And that's where I heard,
Okay.
the applicant glibly say, well, I think Rose has already shown how well that it has held the ocean at bay, so now we have this solution that's stone revetment. Anybody else want to add to that? Weigh in?
What's our next action on this?
Ready to move on, huh? I still wanted to ask my couple of questions, that's all.
Just to finish that off,
Yeah, please.
if we found some lot coverage to give up to expand the revetment, based on my reading, and thank you, Galen, it would not be an issue to remove that vegetation and replace it with a revetment. Is that, I don't wanna go down.
No, let's just poll the board.
Right.
Do you understand what he said?
Yeah, as long as
Are we
it's,
okay with this solution, and he doesn't have to plant rugosa roses as part of it, replant them, or Virginia roses as part of it, unless we think that it's required to control erosion?
right, and I guess I would just like some more detail of how the erosion's gonna be controlled.
By the
'Cause,
revetment.
by the revetment and the geofiber or, that they're putting down, cause that's a
So
requirement.
would a referral to where this solution has been used previously? Is this a brand-new invention, or is this been?
No, revetments have been around a while.
This particular approach that you're talking about?
No, it is a,
Is
it is a
there
very
a similar
standard,
to? In
yeah,
other
it's a
words,
very standard revetment
Would that
that
be
would,
a
be.
way to attack that, saying, here's what's used, and it doesn't require
I guess I'm not-
plantings, and it
I would
controls
advise the
erosion.
board, we have not heard back from the Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm sure there's going to be comments given to
Yeah.
the applicant. If you remember, way back when, we had a Marshall Point, another revetment that went before the board, and they removed Rosa rugosa, and the department required them to plant.
Did.
Yes. And then remember, they had to come back to the board to get it
Yeah.
revised.
So
So
it will be.
that's something I'm just letting the
Yeah.
applicant
No,
know
I
that
didn't
you
know
might
that.
want to just talk to the department
I
before
guess,
we.
I guess what I wanna make sure of is that the intent of that is, that language is not to say you need to have roses geographically on the earth where they are now.
No.
And I'm, like, we're happy to do additional plantings behind the revetment,
Yes.
but if we can't come landward because we're gonna cover up the rows, then that would be a showstopper, and
No,
that
it's-
seemed,
No,
that
that's not
seemed
the
to
intent.
me
That's gonna
to be
trigger a
an
different one.
incorrect, okay,
And again,
The coming backward isn't covering up the rows, it's increasing impervious
yeah,
surface.
yes, right,
I mean, the state requires you to move more landward
yes,
as it is.
yes.
Yeah. But if that point is addressed really with the state permit and their comments, then they are a whole lot more expert in this than I'll ever be.
we
And
don't
I would
require you
concur.
keeping the roses or replanting them unless they are needed to control erosion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I wanted to ask you about this diagram that we have in here, the revetment sections. And I'm having trouble relating that picture to the photographs. Next one, yeah. Yeah. Start very basic. In this picture, I'm looking at it endwise, and the ocean is on my right.
Yes. So this is a cross-section
Yes. Yeah,
that is cut through
got it.
right here.
Yeah, okay, let's go back. So what I don't see is I don't see any transition from the stones that you're keeping and the stones that you're putting into what I heard was gonna be a channel that's 12 feet wide.
Okay.
I may have
Sounds like it sounds like
misunderstood it.
I did not communicate this well.
Okay,
We've requested from the DEP
yes,
permission to do the entire revetment because we are uncertain if they will be able to tie in correctly. So that,
got
this
it.
number, that square footage number that I mentioned at the beginning, 4,698 square feet, that is
From
the
toe to toe.
from toe to the top.
Point on the,
So from
Yeah.
toe up to the top for the 175 linear feet. Okay? Again,
got it.
the base of the slope is in good condition. It's an older style of revetment, but if it can be utilized in the new repaired revetment, the intent was to do so.
All right,
And so this section is assuming a full replacement. So you
Got it.
don't see that transition.
okay,
And to be clear,
Probably
that
my whole
we're coming
confusion.
to you asking for permission, assuming a full replacement.
understood, okay.
And I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about
No,
that
no,
from
no.
the beginning.
You're doing great, I'm just trying to catch up here. I'm assuming that the precision with which you have listed these 4,698 and 5,363 come off of the drawings.
Correct.
In fact, they're probably not gonna be precise to within a foot, but rather to within 10 feet,
They're-
square feet.
They're as precise as our surveyors could get them. So we went out there with,
Okay.
sub-inch
Yep.
survey equipment and
Okay. Just when, as we go forward here, what's this, the cover letter from the 27th of February has an incomplete sentence. It says, "The project is seeking authorization from Maine DEP, however,
Huh,
dot." So,
well, that's not great.
but I think you spoke to that. You said, however, we haven't heard back from them yet.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think maybe that's. On the application for site plan review page, the subject property location should say 103 Marshall Point Road.
Street address.
I'm sorry?
Very first thing, yeah, street address.
The street address is, subject property location is missing. That's all, just an the detail. Maybe that was already picked up, I don't know. I think you've helped me a lot to understand what it is you're trying to do. I know it must be frustrating to try to find a way to what clearly is an improvement, but stay within the constraints of an absolutely tiny lot.
Well, thank you very much for giving me such a
So
long
we're
amount
gonna,
of time.
we're gonna say this is
Continue.
not a continued initial review at this point,
Yeah,
subject to you going back and revisiting what you might be able to do with respect to lot coverage.
Okay, so,
That's the major roadblock, right?
it's a big one.
That's the major one,
The
yeah.
the second thing is, given that you solved that, as crisply as you can address the concern for erosion, especially at the, and the potential for doing no harm to the neighbors, that
Yeah,
would be helpful.
I have, we need to better detail out the tie-in at the property line,
Yeah,
some sort of way to address erosion or issues there,
yeah, total solution.
and lot coverage. Those are my big ones. I've got some smaller ones. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you.
Thanks for your
A lot of
patience.
stuff.
Do you mind if
We
we
have
take a
a
5-minute break?
volunteer for,
Take a 5-minute break.
Just a stretch and.
we have some, let me just ask first, is there someone who would volunteer to be case manager? Joe, thank you. And we're gonna take 5, just a personal break here.
Who's gonna be the case manager?
Joe.
Do I need to communicate with you, or is
No.
that all gonna go through staff?
was all tear down.
Oh, what's your back?
It's old house. Sister down.
We come to order.
David McCarthy.
Oh, order, order.
Oh, sorry.
Here we go, Tim.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience. This is item number 8 on the agenda, 250301. The application for 6 Edgewood Ave.
In the interest of, Mr. Chair, of transparency, I am a business acquaintance. Mr. Peterson was the architect for my home 2 years ago. I have no continuing business relationship with him, nor do I have a personal relationship which would in any way inhibit me from making completely objective and non-biased decisions, but I will recuse myself if you feel that's necessary.
I don't see any reason for recusal. Is there, if there's anyone who has such a concern, I'd like to hear that. How about you as the applicant?
Oh, I'm fine.
He's
Joe,
not
you
still
can do whatever you
complaining
want,
about
yeah.
the leak in the roof or, no.
What's that? I don't, there's no leaks that I know.
So far.
All right.
So,
Thank you. We're fine.
I'm Eric Peterson from Peterson Design Group. I'm not here to talk about a revetment or a subdivision, so.
Tear down.
All right, so.
Government assistant.
Well, we can, Eric, we can project that.
We got some clips.
Thank you for the community effort.
Then we go home.
Takes a village.
Yeah, right. So this is an existing house at Goose Rocks on a very small lot that we would like to do a building reconstruction.
We'll put it up behind you
Yeah.
for the board.
It's just taking a minute to load up.
There's almost no building envelope on this lot because of the size of the lot. So the footprint of the existing house is bigger than the footprint that's available to build a house upon. And the existing house, so it's fronted by 2 streets, Edgewood and Bellevue. Its address and front is on Edgewood, and its approach and parking is on Bellevue. Bellevue's a dirt road, kind of a lane. It's like a glorified driveway along the backside. The existing house actually goes over the property line. I included the surveys that we had done, so you can see that the property, the existing house crosses the property line by about 1.5 feet. So, when I met with Galen and talked about this, we realized that we can't capture the space that's off the property as part of our footprint for reconstructing the building. It's just lost, so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Existing non-conformance.
What's that?
It's a non-conformance.
We're not conforming in
now.
every possible way here, yeah.
But
So,
you're not making it worse.
we are not making it, we are making it less non-conforming.
There you go. Good words.
I'm the old battle axe. I've been, I spent my career making things less non-conforming.
Non-conformant.
So we would like to move the driveway, we'd like to center the house on the lot more so, to make it as conforming as possible, while leaving space for parking on the left-hand side. I guess that's the, sort of the west side. The parking now is on the right-hand side. It's not for 2 cars. So we're trying to recycle the square footage that we had existing for the driveway in a way that allows for 2 cars, to try to meet the town's land use ordinance requirement for 2 cars of off-street parking for a residence. So we've done that by making part of the driveway a solid driveway, and then part of it a ribbon driveway off the end. So we can get 2 cars tandem. Right now, people pretty much park on the shoulders of the street, which is on town land. But like I said, we're trying to meet the town's requirement for 2 off-street parking spaces. There's a fence that bisects this lot right now across the front. We want to remove that. I didn't mention that in the application, but there's a split rail fence you can see in the pictures that I included. So the square footage of the footprint of the building, including overhangs, increased very slightly because we needed to add 2 more steps to get out of this house, because it sits higher to meet the flood zone. Right now, the current first floor is at elevation 11.44. The underlying AE flood zone requires, or it's AE elevation 10. So we're proposing that the first floor of the house be at elevation 12.5, which meets the town's requirement for more than 2 feet above the BFE. So that means we're raising the first floor of the house about a little over a foot higher than is there now, which means we have to add 2 more steps to get out of the house
So you get more lot coverage because of that.
for 2 steps front and
This
back.
sounds familiar.
Where
Didn't we have an exclusion for that pending?
It's pending, June,
June vote.
the vote
Town vote.
in June. Yep, it's on the town.
Well, if I'm being honest, this is not slated to be constructed until
Just something to keep in mind.
September,
I just-
so.
Yeah.
With a number of properties, especially Goose Rocks Beach, where we're raising the elevation, there are more steps, so we're increasing, as you know.
It's a fact. I mean,
There you
it's
go.
hard to figure,
So
yeah.
It's before the town on a
So
vote.
this is another instance.
Mhm.
That's all that we've seen.
Now, when you are taking out this existing driveway and putting in a driveway that will be suitable for 2 cars, are you changing the surface area of the driveway?
The old driveway?
Yeah.
Back to grass.
No, but I mean, it's 1,000 square feet, the new driveway is 1,000 square feet, it's an even swap.
The new driveway is an in-kind a net zero swap of square footage from the old driveway to the new, just in a new configuration that allows us to get 2 cars parked
Okay.
on it.
And is it going to be gravel, or
They would like to do pavers.
there is the possibility of those pervious pavers? What are those pavers? The pavers that would allow you to have a little bit less impervious surface? That doesn't fix the stair thing, though, I'm thinking of the steps, never mind.
So
How's the, what's
I
it,
don't think
I thought the
those are
town's
allowed.
interpretation on lot coverage was that the,
This
lot
lot is
coverage is
not
lot
in the
coverage.
shoreland zone, so it doesn't, you can't just sub other impervious surfaces.
Okay.
In this case, the
Sure.
lot coverage is just structures.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
yeah,
the
surprisingly, it's
non-conformance.
not, that's right, it's not in the
Yeah.
show. So, I can go through, Nadia had some comments, and I've talked to the surveyor. There were a few survey comments. Yeah, one of them was that they will take off the note that it's in the shorelands. They had thought it was in the shoreline zone, but it's more than 250 feet back. It is in RP, which they will add.
And
Let's
it's
see.
it's in RP by virtue of it being in the 100-year floodplain.
Correct.
For
Correct.
Sand
tidal
zone?
water.
Yep.
Because it's in the AE zone, yes, yep. The survey that was provided to us had the scale wrong. The scale is 1 to 5, which is what we have on our site plan. The survey is going to be corrected. I talked to them and they're gonna fix that. So, let's see, what else? We're taking away a lot of extraneous, like, there's not a lot of storage on this, like none on this property, so the previous house had a bunch of like little sheds and things that we're proposing to take away. What I would like from the board for some guidance is how to handle the location of a propane tank and a generator and a HVAC condenser unit. So we realize that all those things need to be on a stand to make them flood compliant, but I'd like some guidance because ordinarily those things would have to fall in a way that they would respond to setbacks, but there's no place to put them that meets the setbacks. So my client would like to put, for instance, the generator up in a corner and maybe the propane tank in this corner so they can preserve some sort of like lawn area. It's a very small lot, so it's tough.
Well, you've got, and you are correcting a setback impingement now that actually extends over a lot line.
Oh, yeah.
So to the extent you're correcting that, I would think that would offset, that offset could be used for something. You would be no more non-conforming if in fact this new infringement was less than the total that you were correcting.
We're certainly not
Am I
looking to have
mumbling
total
here?
lot coverage more than what was there,
I'm
that's
saying,
right.
look at my thought would be, look at the infringement on the side and front setback allowances, net. And does that give you something to work with?
I guess that's my question to you, is what would the board like to see as far as they're sort of essential things. There is a generator there now. It's right up next to the house. And there is a propane tank there now. It's over here. Where the driveway wants to go, the generator is over here. So
And where are the setbacks on that?
if you,
It's
a
a tight
strict
one.
interpretation of setbacks.
Yeah.
This is my agenda right here.
So you're saying that they're currently, those items are not in the setback today because they're right up against the house, or
The
is it?
generator happens to be compliant with the setback.
That's too bad.
Ironically.
Yeah.
And the propane tank is not by any means, so.
So my first thought would be, well, you're not making that any worse.
No.
You pick where you want it.
Okay. All right. Well, in
As
that
far
case-
away from the edges as it makes sense, that's all.
Get batteries.
But
So
you-
maybe I'll modify the site plan in time to get it to you before the next meeting and include the location for a generator and propane tank.
yeah.
And that-
I mean, obviously, don't put it outside their bedroom because, you want it to be 1 foot further less non-compliant from the side setback.
This would be a great location for it because it's out of the way of everything else.
Where's the neighbor?
The neighbor's house would be over here,
Yeah.
and the other neighbor is over there. They do have a neighbor on both sides. In fact,
It's all
would you mind
neighbor.
pulling up the aerial view that-
Visual and noise screens.
Yeah, it's all neighbor.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's look at, this is kind of telling the, oh, do you have the one that I included in the application, the aerial view?
Got it.
There's not a lot of wiggle room.
There's
I
none.
understand.
Negative wiggle room.
This one. You mean this one with the arrow?
Yeah,
That one right there.
that one, yeah.
That's the one.
So you see that it's sort of equidistant to both neighbors.
Yeah.
But right now, what you're saying is your propane tank is down here.
Yep,
Your generator's right here.
correct,
You're gonna shift this whole thing this way.
ideally.
Which gives you lots of room in the back to make it less conforming. I'm not sure about the front, because if you put anything in the front, it'll be more non-conforming.
Right.
So it'd have to be put here on this side where you've moved the house.
So, and the driveway is almost wall to wall on the west side of the house. I've got a couple feet of space between the driveway and the house, and then not a lot of space between the driveway and the side yard.
I guess the way I was thinking about it, I'd be wrong on this, is that, see if we could, if I'm already well over the setback in the back right now.
Yeah.
Anything I do to move it forward is gonna improve that situation until I start infringing on the front setback.
Yeah.
Right? So all I'm saying is if if I'm over by 20 feet in the back right now, because it's actually off the property line, I don't mind if it's infringing on the front setback, as long as it's by some smaller amount than that. I think it can be,
If
the
we can-
setbacks
if we-
can be treated sort of as a
whole.
yeah.
Okay.
And does that apply to all features of the lot, not necessarily isolating the particular piece like a generator or a propane tank? I mean, if I,
In terms of the setback, it would, in my opinion.
those
So
things
you-
are all equal value, whatever it is.
I don't think I've seen any reason, it's not closer to a resource, for example, you're not in the,
You're not closer to the,
Right, there's really no resource here, cause it's not on the water, so it's not even close.
right, it's all in the resource protection zone, and nothing you're doing is changing that.
didn't we, I vaguely remember one where we took kind of the square footage that was non-conforming, and we ended up with less non-conforming, so literally,
We do that by nature of the fact that we are eliminating the part of the building that is off
Yeah,
the property.
right, yeah,
That's
yeah.
a big one.
He's given you a way, though, to do this sort of net.
Yeah, right.
Do it numerically, showing, you know, how this is
I
X
had,
feet better, this is-
500 square feet that was non-conforming, and now I have 490 square feet that are non-conforming.
square feet, but yeah.
Yeah. That's how you'd like to see it.
Well, I think, I believe that's how we've done it
Well,
before.
technically, I guess, is the whole thing non-conforming at this moment because it's in RB?
Due to setbacks. I'm saying, take the
Oh.
setback,
Thinking about it through the lens of setbacks
through
only.
setback,
Okay.
that's what that
So
argument is for.
you've got in the back a whole bunch of space there that is non-conforming and on the west side,
Because it's a deck or something like that.
yeah, and
Yeah, the
then,
two-story porch.
yeah, then take
Put that in
the
your
square
credit code.
footage, and then when
Yeah.
you put the new one on, how much do you have that's non-conforming now, and then net it out.
Okay. And we've cer-
Including your propane tank, your generator, and your HVAC.
extraneous stuff.
Yeah.
No violent objections anyway.
And I think we've certainly moved in that
Okay.
direction by trying to center this on the lot. We
Oh,
tried to
yeah.
park it over the building envelope as much
Yeah.
as
Well,
possible.
let me add to that, I think, don't mistake what we're doing for trying to find a way to wiggle around. I think
Oh, it's
our
explanation.
impression is that this is on the whole a better solution than the existing one. And we'd like to find a way as close as possible for you to be able to proceed with it because of that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's an improvement, net. Let's see
Yeah.
if we can find a way to quantify that so that you
I
don't come back
understand.
at some point in the future and say, oh my God, no, this wasn't, yeah,
I
you
understand.
gotta
what
go
you're-
move the house.
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
Well,
Okay,
To me, I think the fact that there are two roads
yeah,
involved, it's, I think, less egregious to be closer setback-wise to a road than
Yeah.
it is to your neighbor's property line.
correct. And I think, again, just be sensitive to this business about putting a generator that's noise producing and how is it gonna be visually screened and how is it gonna be,
Right,
to what degree is that
Okay.
gonna be taken care of? That's obviously not a non-conformance, it's just a
courtesy,
consideration.
yeah.
Yeah.
Serve you better in the public hearing.
Yeah.
Say again?
I say it'll serve you better in the public hearing. You won't have any
right.
objections.
Yeah, yeah. Do you want me to go through Nadia's comments, just to,
Yeah, if there's any other ones out there that have got you.
we've shown setback lines. I explained the difference in the lot coverage for structure based on the addition of 2 steps, front and back.
While we're on that, though, do we understand, are we increasing the nonconformance with respect to lot coverage by virtue of those 2 steps?
Yes,
You're saying right now, and you know we can't give you a waiver on that, but we are giving you the thought that come June, given that the voters agree, that stipulation will go away.
all right, so I have a thought. What if we propose that we make, since this is not shoreline zone,
Yeah,
things that would be treated as landscaping, like stone steps, would not be technically part of the structure if we propose that we do the steps, some of the steps, the amount of square footage of additional steps required to get us to the ground as something like stone steps that would be landscaping,
can I try it a different way?
yeah.
Just, I took a note on this, and did you look at what the definition of structure is in our land use?
Anything that's constructed of materials above the ground, of disparate materials.
Anything built for the support, shelter, or enclosure of persons, animals, goods, or property of any kind. Okay, so decks, the house, this type of thing, the things we traditionally think about a structure.
Yeah.
With anything else, anything constructed or erected with a fixed location above, below, or upon the surface of the ground or water, like the driveway.
But funny, oddly, a driveway is not considered a structure
No,
outside
no.
shoreline zone.
I'm sorry, it is.
I don't mean to disagree with you, I just, can we
Well,
quantify that outside shoreline zone as a driveway considered a structure?
I don't find anything that says that a driveway doesn't fit that definition of structure, and doesn't matter what zone you're in.
Well, didn't it say enclosed?
No, it says,
Support, Galen?
anything constructed or erected with a fixed location above, below, or upon the surface of the ground or water.
But we don't count driveways and roads as structures. Are you implying that they should be counted as structures?
Well, I'm saying that it fits this definition.
That's not,
I thought we challenged this back a while ago.
I think the
with
next sentence clarifies that.
With the
Yeah,
pickleball.
Yes.
There was a part in there that had, to
I think the next sentence
enclose,
clarifies
protect,
that.
right? To enclose, protect. I
Not
don't-
all structures are subject to setback requirements. It clarifies that, but see 240.6.1 for exemptions.
so it says within shoreland zone, they count the calculations.
No,
Of the
that's a
driveway.
separate section. It says, the definition of lot coverage is the percentage of the lot covered by structures.
Yes.
And within the shoreland zone, lot coverage shall include driveways, parking lots, and other non-vegetated surfaces.
Yes.
So this is basically saying that in the shoreland zone, it doesn't matter whether you paved it or not. If you got a driveway, if you got a parking lot, or you got another non-vegetated surface, like
In the shoreland
rocks,
zone.
in the shoreland zone, it counts.
Yep.
But it doesn't say, don't count a paved driveway as a structure,
So why did we add that section in there?
because it doesn't matter whether it's paved or not. It just says, if you've got an area where you park your
Ed,
car, it's your driveway.
you're way off base, and I can get the
Okay.
town solicitor involved if you want, but this is,
I
we've
thought we
dealt
did
with
I
this.
thought we did this for pickleball, where they wanted to add a new paved court.
That's an enclosed space that is used for goods, that is correct. This is a driveway, this is not.
And not in the shoreline
This
zone.
is not a
in the
pickleball
shoreline.
court or a tennis court.
But I would like to have a conversation, I guess, with the attorney on this, because I think that if you don't do this, then you're saying that you could pave everything. You
Yeah,
could pave the whole lot.
absolutely.
I think you could.
Yeah,
Well, but you're still up against.
if you wanna pay that
impervious.
kind of money to do it.
Well, no, I'm saying that.
We are having that conversation right now with the Growth Planning Committee on considering outside of shoreline zoning impervious surfaces as part of lot coverage outside of shoreline zoning, but that has not changed. The policy in existence as of today is that driveways are not considered structures,
Or walkways.
period.
Or
Otherwise, we would never have,
Well, why isn't that part of the land use ordinance?
it is quite clear.
I think you're being preemptory there. It's obviously not clear to me. If what you're saying is I'm being dense about it, then I understand what you're saying, but it seemed to me that I read it with a careful eye. Anybody else? You happy to go with driveways are excluded from impervious surface?
I think that's the way we've done it in the past,
Okay.
is my understanding.
Outside the shoreline zone.
Yes,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the difference.
even if they're paved.
even if they're paved.
Wow.
And walkways and patios too, right?
Walkways and patios.
Walkways and patios are also not part of that.
They're not structures.
Right.
But
Pergolas are. Patios are.
Decks, you mean.
Decks, and if they have its concrete, they would consider that.
But like a stone patio is not.
No, but if it was concrete poured, you're pouring a foundation, that
Is
is,
that the thing?
that's a thing.
Yeah.
So if I put
Without
on,
taking the rest of everybody else's time, if I send you a carefully worded note, would you consider passing it along to the town attorney?
I can certainly do that.
Thank you.
so with that definition, then what he asked about putting 2 landscaping blocks of granite down, are they considered part of the structure, or are they considered
Landscaping.
Landscaping.
I
landscape.
think the code officers might have an issue with life safety when it comes to the building code for safe egress out of the structure.
Right,
That's a code.
right, and I go from wooden steps to concrete, or granite block to get me to ground
I
level.
think we're splitting hairs here. What
Yeah.
I would suggest, it sounds like the construction's not happening before the June vote. If you don't mind, doing your revisions that you need for your plan, we can keep this in continuance.
Yeah.
If the town vote happens and it passes, the application's pending before you.
Oh, you mean hold any sort of a verdict until after the vote?
Yes.
Oh. I guess I'd have to ask my client what they think
Yeah.
about that.
Well, it's an option versus a redesign.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's a different definition in the code for building versus structure. I mean, the code, I'm looking at here, building shall mean any structure having a roof, partial roof supported by
Right.
columns or walls, used or intended to be used for the shelter or enclosure of persons, animals, or objects regardless of the materials of which it is constructed. Then, number 4, structure, and this is what Ed said, structure means anything constructed or erected with a fixed location on or in the ground or attached to something having a fixed location on or in the ground, including but not limited to buildings. So building is part of a structure definition.
Yeah.
Fish weir, mobile homes, retaining walls, billboard signs, piers, and floats. So structure encompasses the definition of building, which says it's made to house or protect someone
Right, it's kind
or
of the first
something.
part of the first sentence
Yeah.
there, yeah.
Enclosed, yeah. I heard
Enclosed,
you
right,
say
with a
enclosed.
roof, enclosed with a roof, right, blah, blah, blah.
When did you say you were hoping to start construction?
Like after Labor Day. Their intent is to use it for the summer and then start the project right after the summer.
So does June throw you off that much?
Uncertain.
Well,
I guess I have to think about whether I want to get bogged down for 13 square feet, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm thinking I could regrade. I could use existing material on the ground, excavation from the foundation and regrade by that front door to eliminate 2 steps, and there's my 13 square feet.
There
So
you go.
I'd rather not get hung up on that and just make a clean getaway here with a different solution.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I was thinking the same. Just pile dirt to make it.
Only because I have another application that's coming before planning board after this one that's gonna be more complicated than this one, so I'd rather just get this one settled.
Done.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a note to myself that I will rejigger the step situation to eliminate 13 square feet of steps so that the square footage of structure, lot coverage matches what was existing.
Yeah, and then in the fall, and it passes, you can add 2 steps if you want.
Would I need to come back to planning board?
I don't think so.
Well, how would you improve it without the lot coverage taken care of?
Because I thought, what's the town voting on?
It's in June.
Right, so he solved it by changing the dirt.
Right.
And when he gets around to building it, it's been voted and they said, yeah, go for it. Is he allowed to add 2 steps in at that time?
Where's his egress
Same
out of the
place,
structure?
same place,
But you're elevating the structure.
right.
It's gonna elevate
Not
the
to
ground
worry.
around.
He would
the
elevate
do
the
it with
ground,
grading.
so he doesn't have to
eliminate
add
the
2
extra
steps
step.
right now, right? He
You
would
can't elevate the ground.
add in,
Well, yeah, I mean, we manipulate the ground, we're only talking about 2 steps would be a foot, we're talking about a foot, because we're raising the house.
Yeah, but the floodplain management ordinance doesn't allow fill-in.
No, I'm saying using material that exists there now.
What material?
When we excavate for the foundation, we'll have some material that is indigenous.
I'll have to talk to you with that off camera.
We can't scrape the material around on the lot that's already there and,
Let's chat.
all right. So I need a foot and 13 square feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
The other thing to think about is if your client does have a disability of some sort, there is that disability variance route that you can go where the ramp doesn't count as lot coverage and,
Heard, but I don't think that doesn't apply to us.
well, yeah,
Thank
it's just,
you.
I'm giving you creative solutions
I
that you can,
appreciate that, thank you.
yes.
And you don't have to meet ADA for private residence.
Take off the legs.
All right.
All right.
Get down to 12 square.
So we showed setbacks. You know, there's a question from Nadia about parking, loading, and unloading areas, narrow width of surrounding streets, recommending that we confirm with the applicant that there will be no adverse impact on abutters during the construction process. I say, welcome to Goose Rocks Beach. It's very tough to, it's hard. The one thing that we've got going for us here is that it's going to be built off-season, so that will help a lot. There won't be the crush of summer activity there when we are proposing to build this. So I think that answers that one as much as possible. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's better that it's not on Kings Highway, because that's even worse for parking, so. Location of stormwater system, sanitary waste, potable water. It's on town water and sewer now. It's going to be reconnected to town water and sewer. It's a flat lot. There's no drainage per se. I mean, there's no, one of the roads is a dirt road, so there's no town drainage system. It sort of is what it is, and we're continuing to use that same combination of things. Town water, town sewer, flat lot, fully developed, will remain that way. The other
Slab foundation?
No, it's going to be a flow-through, a poured concrete crawl space with footings with flood vents.
And you'll provide that detail.
Yeah, I can get you a narrative at least. I mean, these are not construction drawings because I wouldn't do construction drawings before it came to planning board. It was sort of cart before the horse. But I can explain that it may be in a narrative form that the foundation will be a poured concrete crawl space foundation with flood vents that meet the FEMA regulation for a flood compliant foundation. Does that satisfy the board? That
Works for
that
me.
that
That's
approach?
in the staff's notes as well.
The next comment was about a landscaping plan. There really is not a landscaping plan at this point. This lot doesn't even have a tree or a bush on it. It's grass. So that's what they intend to replace it with at this point. Although, I guess if we're talking about relocating the generator, maybe we would suggest that the generator proximate area would be landscaped to some extent, just to try to sound deaden it. And who wants to look at that anyway, right? A generator on a stand is not exactly
Right.
lovely, so.
Eric, you mentioned that some of the existing driveway remanipulation, you're gonna end up with grass there where there isn't now, that's part of your landscaping plan.
Revegetating where the driveway was with grass, that's right.
I'm just
Yes.
saying that
So it's just a statement that
you want
that's
to
what.
say that this is how you're addressing landscaping. I think you've got several bullets under that.
I actually added a note to the site plan that said existing driveway removed, revegetated.
There you go.
Is that,
Rather than saying there's no landscaping involved, I think you've said,
Oh.
yes, there is, and this is how it would.
I guess I should say there's not like a formal like landscaping plan.
Understood.
With like
Got it.
trees and
That's
plants
not
and
what's
stuff.
needed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
But what are you doing with the lot to restore it after the bulldozer leaves? Yeah.
Grass, planting grass at this moment. Lighting, there was a question about lighting. It's very just sort of residential lighting. We've got a light at the front door and a light at the back door and not much else. There's no landscape lighting planned at this point. Same thing goes for signage. These folks don't anticipate anything other than like house numbers for signage, and there's no wayfinding or anything like that. There was mention of obtaining a flood hazard development permit, so I reached out to Derek, and he gave me Derek at the town.
Yeah.
He gave me the application for that, which I will fill out.
One of the things, I don't know how the other board members feel, but this floodplain management aspect is not something we've done a lot of at the board, and I'm wondering, what should we be doing in order to come up to speed with what these requirements are? Should they be coming to the planning, should the planning board be knowledgeable about this, and what criteria should we be levying?
You
This
should
is
check out
saying-
the application, there's a lot to it.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sure there is, and I'm sure that you went to the right guy to get the information out. But to have this as part of the planning board review, I'm saying that I feel deficient in my ability to even ask an intelligent question about this.
Is it checking a box, you mean, as far as, is it done, yes or no?
About
Getting the permit.
the 219 ordinance for floodplain management, why is that a subject of planning board review at this point?
'Cause
It's
that's
one
a-
of your review criterias in your site plan review.
My site plan review.
We are in site plan review.
No, I understand.
That's one of your requirements.
I'm objecting to you calling it my requirements.
No, it's our
It's our
requirements.
requirements, thank you. And where is that now? Just, because I'll go back. You're saying it's like in 240?
Yeah, it's in 240,
Okay. It says we need to go and make sure 219 is taken care of.
correct.
You might want to think about some training in that area, even what should we read that helps us be a little more up to speed on it. Because there's more and more of it coming up.
There is.
For a long time, we didn't, this sort of came in, and now we're seeing more
Well,
and more.
again, we do a development team meetings with the different department heads, so we review all these applications. So the code enforcement office does review and provide that, but
Right,
yes,
so that's why I'm
we
kind
can,
of playing it back, saying, wait a
Yep.
minute, why is this coming up as advice to the planning board to be asking these questions?
mhm.
And if it is in our purview, as you're pointing out, then either we should take it out of our purview, or we should make sure that we're old enough to do it well.
Mhm.
Talk about that offline, I think. I think it's interesting. It's just I'm kind of relying right now, obviously, on the code enforcement office for the expertise.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
So the next thing is we talked about the foundation. We'll give you a narrative on what the foundation type will be. Talked about relocating the structure seaward of the mean high tide line. Clearly, this is a long way away from the edge of the water, so I think, in my mind, I feel like the reason that I would be here before the planning board, as far as an opinion, would be to sort of make it as conforming as possible, and I think we've done that by placing it in the middle of the lot. C talks about a sand dune permit. We do have a permit by rule in the works right now with DEP. The DEP just changed their permit by rule process in a bad way. It's super onerous now. It's super onerous. It's all electronic, but it's much more, there's much more work. It used to be a permit by rule was a pretty simple permit to get, like a one-page form with a narrative, some photos, and some backup material, and notify the direct abutters.
Yeah.
Now you notify the abutters within 1,000 feet, so we had to send out 185 abutter notices for this one. And,
1,000 feet?
1,000 feet.
You said that, I heard it.
Yeah,
Wow.
so every one of these back dune projects gets notified, they have to notify 1,000-foot abutters, which in this case drug in 185 abutters. We just did one in Wells that was 190 abutters. So somebody has to print out 190 forms, fill out 190 envelopes, buy 190 stamps, and go mail them. It's a burden, but.
So you applied for this permit,
We did the digital application,
Yeah.
yes, and we've done the abutter notifications. Tomorrow we have to do you have to do a newspaper legal notice now for a PBR, which didn't used to be the case. It's another $600.
And when do you hear back from that?
It's a 2-week permit, it's a 14-day permit, so
And if they don't come back to you,
it's automatically approved within 14 days if you don't hear from DEP, that's right.
thank you.
And then, talked about comments from Galen. Talked about the slight difference in lot coverage, so we'll rectify that.
Yeah.
And then the generator and propane tanks, we talked about that, I think. And then this is also less than a 30% expansion. It's no footprint expansion, but it's a slight square footage expansion because we're going out over what was that double stacked porch. And then it's it's less than 30% of a volume expansion, and it's under the height restriction. We're talking about less than a 10% square footage expansion and a 29% volume expansion. The ceilings are pretty low in this house right now, so we're trying to get some normal height ceilings, and then there's no basement, obviously, because it's in the floodplain, so we are creating an attic essentially for our mechanical equipment, but not habitable space, so it's still 2 stories. It was a 2-story house, and it's still a 2-story house.
How high is it?
29 foot.
Okay. It's within the range.
29'3" from average original grade to the max bridge.
I thought I saw on one of the plans, it said 32.5. Was that?
That was elevation, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be nice, but never gonna happen at Goose Rocks. No.
So on the 219 answers, Nadia and Galen, are you comfortable with the answers being confirmed as being adequate through Derek, through your office?
For which ones?
219.
The 219, the 1, 2, 3, 4 sections here, like the one that says the board should confirm that no other possible configuration for the proposed structure.
So that's a decision by the planning board. If you think that, there's no other reasonable alternatives and it's meeting it to the greatest extent possible, that's a judgment call by the planning
So
board.
you're
We
okay
don't
with-
want to.
You're okay with us making that
Yep.
decision, okay? And,
Yeah,
I think we've said so far, go ahead.
yeah, just I'm looking at the plan, and this is where I saw it, 32.59 feet for roof peak.
Oh, that's elevation 32.9
Right.
in relation to 0. In
Okay.
relation to sea
Sea
level.
level.
Sea level, Joe. So,
Oh, not from lot line,
so the average existing grade now is 8.97.
8.7, right.
So that's your starting point.
so you gotta
It's-
pull that
It's the
from that.
delta between that number and that
Ah.
number is the height of the
So
existing
that's the
building.
20, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
And this structure hasn't gone through any expansion the past couple of years, it's never been touched.
It's literally never been touched, yeah. Yeah.
Just double
It's
checking.
a little box by the sea, yeah.
Sound good.
So let me finish that thought in terms of the 219.
So yes, with 219, so what I will help the board out with this. So in your site plan review section, it says that in addition to what the submission requirements are, that the applicant must meet Articles 6 and 7. And one of those article numbers in Article 6 is construction in the flood hazard area, that all construction will conform with 219.
Okay.
So if you do not want to see the details of the flood vents and the foundation plans, and you're comfortable with the applicant stating that they're going to stay at 12.5 feet, you just need to make sure that there's a condition as part of your findings of fact that you're giving that code enforcement officer the authority to review that if you do not so wish to review it.
Ooh, that's a
I
great
think we've
door.
done that before.
You have.
We have?
Mhm.
We most definitely have. I think in general, what we've had is, here it's included on the plan, but the details, yeah.
Okay, I've never had to include that in findings of fact.
We haven't said explicitly in the findings of fact that.
Correct.
Right, that's what I meant.
So if we
would
draft
you
that
like to
new
see that?
language,
We just want to make sure it's in compliance with chapter 219. That's the
so
plan.
what we are doing is,
So
in
for-
the finding of fact, saying that the code office will,
Make sure it's in
Ensure.
conformance with chapter
Yeah.
219. And that we would also suggest a similar type condition for chapter 245, which is the exterior lighting provisions.
Yeah.
Because he did not provide you with the
Yeah.
detailed summary for you, so he needs to provide that, or we need to review that administratively, but it needs to be
Right.
Has anyone
addressed.
done that on finding of fact? We have some boilerplate language we can cut and paste in?
Not
You know,
yet.
usually your conditions are at the very end, that you
Right.
customize that.
Would we solve that problem if I just put in my narrative that the lighting will be limited to 2 exterior light fixtures?
No, it needs to be in
245
compliance
compliant.
with that chapter.
two light fixtures in compliance with
Yes.
245.
You can put a statement that just says, all lighting exterior will be in compliance with chapter 245. That
just-
satisfies it for my
Done.
purposes,
All right.
for the
then
board.
that
I mean,
works for
that's,
the board
they want to
too.
make sure that you're
Yeah.
just, you're checking the box that you
Can
are.
you say
in
that
compliance.
slowly so I can, I'm old, I gotta.
All exterior lighting proposed for the site will be in compliance with chapter 245 of the town's exterior lighting or outside lighting ordinance. That's it.
Thank you.
Excellent
And what-
solution.
Give me a nugget that substitutes 219 for 245. What are the other words that go with that?
Which one? Are you saying 219 or 245?
219. You just gave me
Yeah,
245.
219 is the floodplain management ordinance.
What would the words be that we could cover that in the
Any
finding?
proposed structure shall comply to all standards in chapter 219 of the town's floodplain management ordinance.
Excellent.
That was easy.
Is that another line in my narrative?
That'll be in our finding.
In
of
our
No,
fact.
finding.
Okay.
I think,
All right.
because we don't want to do this
Or
every
your
time, I think what we're saying is we captured this verbally. Yes, of course I'm going to meet 219. But now for the record and to make sure that there's follow-up on this, when the permits are pulled and the building is finally signed off, they'll go down through the checklist of what were the conditions, and one of them's going to be that, oh yeah, you did meet 219.
And you
It'll
did
just-
meet 245.
Which we will, obviously, because we intend to, that's the whole
And,
point.
and you'll be consistent with the building codes and every other flavor of them. But these two have been called out. We've been sort of ignoring it, but they've been called out indirectly in our line of review as being site plan, is that the right word?
Site plan review process,
criteria.
yep.
Mhm.
And we've been neglecting that, and I think we just got called on it.
I mean, we've been giving you that in the memos, that we're reviewing this and giving you that feedback, but if you're comfortable with staff approving it,
Well,
that's,
I don't think it's in the cards for us to have the expertise to give it an approval that would remove the need for someone in the code office to actually look carefully at this when the structure is put in place.
then just give
To
us a
see that
statement.
You
Yep.
know what I'm saying? It's not who we are. Thank you for that.
We're flinty.
Are we?
We were accused of being flinty earlier.
Oh, the request in this memo to the planning board that we add a condition that a permit, let me see, that a tie card for the location of the new sewer and water line extensions will be obtained during the building permit process. You'd like that to be mentioned as a condition.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, that's a new change. I think in general, I've let myself off the hook, and we as a board have said, well, we're not here to be the building inspector. Of course, it's gonna conform, even sites that don't have a site application are gonna have to satisfy the code enforcement office if they meet all of the applicable codes. You're pointing out that there's some of them that rise above that general statement. You want them called out. Okay. I think we can do that.
So that will be in your findings of fact, that stipulation.
That'll be one of the conditions.
Conditions, yeah, okay.
Along with
And you
having
don't-
your permit by rule.
That doesn't go counter to any of your expectations. You would do this routinely. Understood.
Yeah, for sure, on that, that seems like just a understood point, that if you're on town water and sewer and
Yeah, you
you
gotta,
connect back to town water and sewer, right, I mean,
It's easier that way. You don't have room for a septic field.
no septic. Try to avoid the septic,
All right.
anything
unless it
else?
doesn't come to your house, right, Joe?
That's true.
Anything else?
Anything else, have you heard from me everything that you need to feel comfortable with this?
Are we at this point gonna continue the initial review pending the update of the plan, or you wanna say that this is complete and that we expect an updated plan to be?
I'll supply you a
available?
modified plan before the next meeting.
So if you find the application complete, it starts the clock for the public hearing.
I understand.
So I'm questioning the applicant, do you want to wait until you want to talk to your client?
I don't think there's really much to talk about, because I think I'll shift gears on the steps issue. Is there anything else outstanding other than that?
You're gonna provide an update to the plan and updated numbers that show that the impervious
Is it-
surface is not increased.
A net zero swap, that's right, yeah, and I'll get that to you post haste.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I would move that this is a complete application then. Is there a
Second.
second? Yeah,
Thank you.
yes, Mike?
Yes.
Yes, yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Is there anyone who would volunteer to be the case manager?
I think I'm up.
I've got 2 subdivisions.
Peter says, yes, so we try it.
And a revetment?
No, I didn't get the revetment.
I got a revetment though.
You got the
It's
partridge.
the luck of the
pear tree.
draw, huh?
Subdivision trumps revetment. I can complain
Thank you.
all day.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I know. The idea was I would look at my phone less, and I didn't. I look at my phone less.
I just lose mine. So I look at it less.
Could I get a poll of the board? What's your thought about the time?
I think you gotta take
We
this.
gotta
No,
take this.
These people have waited,
We
you
have
gotta
to.
take them.
No question about it.
Well, that's one man's opinion.
I'm telling you as the
We will
appointing
not be
authority.
wordy unless asked to be so.
Well, welcome. Let me introduce the item. This is item 9 on the agenda, 250302 for the Land and Woods subdivision. Larissa Crockett.
Good evening, I'm Larissa Crockett, I'm the Executive Director of the Neighborhood Housing Trust, formerly the Kennebunkport Heritage Housing Trust. And we are here, we're so excited, final review, woo-hoo! Party in the house. Or in 3 duplex houses. So we have the note from the Planning Department. And we have Warner Gilliam here from Walsh to address some of the questions, and Stephen Burke very graciously here as well. And apparently I have given them dry cookies to eat to sustain them, according to Select Person Bancroft. So please be kind to them, as they've been sitting here for hours with nothing but dry cookies to
They
eat.
got cookies.
Yeah.
But they were dry. So I will do better next time. So I think that if we want to get started, number 5 is the first note that has a comment outstanding. And this is a discussion that we've had repeatedly, so I think that if we could just get some clarity here, we're sticking with our consistent statement on this. We do not know exactly where the wells are going, because we will not know that until the well drillers get out there, but we have marked very clearly well exclusionary zones. You know, that take into account all the places that you would not want a well to be. and that is our solution to this challenge. Werner, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, that's, that's been our position that, you typically show your well exclusion areas, and, those are areas that are not suitable for well locations, and that the final location, of the well is as determined, by the well driller, whenever they come on site. And to that end, in terms of, question number B, when it's, the wanting to understand, well, how do you deal with getting water to the house when you have ledge, in between? And I think the reality of it is that we deal with it how every other house lot that has ledge on the property in a well location, and ultimately you may wind up having to blast a trench, in order to get that water line from the well location to the house. That's just the reality of that type of construction, so.
I'm gonna assume you're gonna have the same problem getting the water out of the house and into the septic field.
Generally, those are gonna be elevated, so those, the fields, are elevated.
It runs downhill.
Right, correct. And we may have to pump, those may have pumps associated with them. And typically, at least when it comes to septics, you're insulating, you're gonna be insulating those lines. But with a septic, you'll tend to put a pump in, and it'll pump up to the elevation of the field, so.
I think it's important that we ask the author of the comments whether they're satisfied with that answer.
Yeah, so if we bring up the map, I think that it's helpful for the planning board to understand what we're looking at here. You able to pull up the projector?
Yeah. I was having trouble matching well sites to wells. I didn't get 6.
Almost pulled everything over there.
Almost pulled everything.
Wasn't that exciting, huh?
So we look at a well near building B, building 2, sorry. You'll see that well location right there, there's a culvert located right there. It's right there, that W, right there. And so, again, that's what staff was asking for clarification, just where you would be running that line. As you can see, if they decide to blast the ledge, they're going to also have to deforest more area that was not proposed to be cut originally. So I just wanted that clarified for the record. If that's their intent, that's their intent. But that looks like the closest well location to building 2, which you see up in the upper right corner there.
That was one well. Where was the other well?
The other wells were in the back of building 1.
Well, yeah, but I need 6 wells, right?
There's 3 back there.
One is an alternate.
Yep.
So that wasn't 3, I thought. I thought it was.
And then I think there's some at building 3.
Yeah, there are 2 in the, back in the woods.
Right there.
There's 2 here. I was, with the alternate, I wasn't counting, it's in either or, so that's not an addition.
You're saying that's 5.
Yeah, I'm still short. Unless that's not an alternate.
I don't.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah, no, I understand the question. Yeah, and again, like, these are, we provided well locations because we were requested, to provide well locations. And again, these are hypothetical locations that are shown outside of the well exclusion area. I mean, the one that we're asking about, I mean, if that happened to be the location, then likely, that line would, it would likely wrap around, it would likely wrap around the ledge in terms of where, where the line were to go to the house. We don't have, exactly, right, we don't have to go straight linear for a well location.
Yep.
So that.
But again, that's discretion of the well driller.
That addresses the question that was posed in the memo, but I'm hearing Mike ask another one. He says, I thought there were 6 wells. How come I'm only seeing 5?
And there will be 6 wells.
And maybe they're not all shown today.
They're not.
Can we scroll up on the,
Couple down here.
I think we have 1, 2,
3, 4.
One of them's marked
1, 2.
alternate, though.
Which one?
The one that's marked alternate.
This one down here.
Right here.
Alternate, it should be alternative,
It should be a well.
hypothetical. No,
It's a well. It's the same as this well, is what you're saying. It's not this or that, it's an alternate. He's saying that it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'd ask the board to consider that location as a well location.
Okay.
thank you. That's what's confusing us, I guess. And reiterate that these are best judgments today of those locations, and they'll be adjusted. Correct. Is there any reason that to be concerned that you can't put in 6 wells? I mean, you're gonna invest an awful lot in this project if you think there's a fair chance that you're not gonna be able to drill the wells.
So we've looked at, so there's an active well database that the state maintains, and so we've looked at the surrounding area, and, there's nothing that leads us to indicate, that there's not adequate water supply in this area.
It's not an undue risk. This is not an undue risk that
Correct.
that you're proposing.
Just real deep enough.
So again, I'm back. You okay with?
Yeah, again, what our concern is,
to have this
from a,
out.
from a staff perspective, we're giving you insight on this. So if they decide to, cut more buffering area
Yeah.
or cut the ledge with the grading, that can impact your stormwater. So those things do matter.
Of course.
And again, as long as the board's understanding of that and what the repercussions are, I'm fine with them being flexible in their well locations. We just want to make sure it's not going to do an adverse impact on stormwater impact.
Do we put that in as one of the notes then?
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
What would the
So-
note, what would the note be like?
That the well locations, final well locations will not unduly impact stormwater, or what was the other thing that you're worried about?
It's mostly stormwater impact.
Stormwater impact.
Correct.
Because you gotta rip up plants, dig a trench.
Were these 6 well locations chosen to minimize stormwater impact, or when you choose a new well and don't use one of the other wells you had identified, is it an even swap?
I can't speak for how they chose their locations.
They're
That's-
mainly outside the,
Yeah, we chose 6 locations that are outside of the well exclusion area.
And that are inside of the area to be cleared.
Correct.
That was considered by
That's right.
stormwater. So I'm trying to frame this in my mind. I think what I'm hearing the concern is if it turns out that you haven't got a location for the wells, as you go trying to make this happen, you say, oh, no, we're gonna have to go outside and clear more trees. Then there's a concern that's raised that says, oh, yeah, well, I guess I gotta worry about stormwater.
Yeah, and to be clear, if you get a chance to visit the site, it's, I know we have identified areas, of clearing areas, but, I think,
It's not a
sometimes the
dense
plan
forest.
gives the impression that this is a densely forested property, and that's just not the case here. And so, even, when we were doing, soils investigations, for the septic locations, I mean, we're able to traverse the site, with a backhoe, and not have to take any trees down to get to locations, to do the soil analysis. So, we're showing these cleared areas, but, the site is not it's not that heavily wooded as, you might be led to believe looking at these cleared area locations.
Yeah. So would you, I don't put words in your mouth here, but what I'm hearing you say is that it's unlikely that you would have to clear extensively for an alternative well location that is not inside of the area that's identified as being cleared.
Correct. I mean, they have to have enough room in order to get the well rig in, right?
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, they have to, you know, and that's
Yeah.
just a practical issue. But it's my understanding that, you know, the intent here is to is to only remove the amount of vegetation that's necessary
We
in
were
order to accomplish this.
To write in the findings that, you know, the applicant explained that what you have about the wells and that their locations have been identified, they're inside the clearing area, and in the unlikely event that a well eventually ended up getting located outside of the clearing area, that consideration will be given to maintain the integrity of the stormwater plan.
That feels very reasonable.
I like that. Warren, is that,
It'll work.
want me to try that again?
Sorry, my wife is wondering where
I
I'm
hear
at.
you. We all have multiple relationships.
Revetments.
Yeah,
First and
yeah,
foremost.
revetments.
What I'm
But
saying
yes,
is if
that-
we were
that's
to
a fair
include a
statement.
statement that said, we had this discussion,
Yeah,
and in the unlikely event that, you know, you had to place one eventually outside of the area, care would be given to make sure that the stormwater plan was not violated, was
Yeah,
not
and-
invalidated.
absolutely. And to be clear, you know, I mean, the stormwater plan relies on proposed grades. So,
Yeah.
you know, to get a truck in, you know, to get a well rig in, you know, to do the drilling for the well is not going to substantially change the grading on the site in order to get, you know, in order to accomplish that.
Well, it goes off proposed grades and also cover.
Correct.
Just poll the rest of the board. We okay with moving on from that concern at this point and agreeing to include some statement
Correct.
to the effect that the concern that was raised, that as it's been explained by the code office after their careful review, and they're the ones who have been, you know, working carefully with Acorn to do this back and forth. I think we need to take these concerns seriously and capture the, you know, how we.
Can we put a commercially best efforts or commercial best efforts or reasonable efforts or something like that?
Superhuman effort is what I had in mind, but yeah,
That's why the commercial's in there.
care would be taken.
You ever
Yeah.
met a well driller?
I don't know, no.
The next comment that I see needs to be addressed is comment number 9, and we are at the mercy of our attorneys. So shout out to Deb and Wayne at Lower Village. They have done the plat. They have identified the limited common areas. We are good to go, and we are waiting on attorneys to translate that drawing into language. So I will get that to you. I don't know what will need to happen to make that possible, but it will be getting to you through hell or high water, or, you know, lightly densely populated trees. So
Can you just help me out? What is the concern for item 9?
on item 9, I do not have written by an attorney declaration of condominium and homeowners association agreement.
I see.
Okay, so we provided during the preliminary review a draft homeowners association agreement that has been provided to the attorney's office with the express desire for them to destroy, you know, just do whatever they needed to do to that to make it satisfy legal everything. And I'm just waiting. The attorney was out of country for a little while. They have gotten back onto state soil, so I'm hoping that we will be able to move this off their desk expediently.
My understanding is the water well and the septic tank will be owned by a unit,
Correct.
but the leach field is common.
Common to each individual duplex, not to the entire
So-
association.
So if I have, so it's gotta be written that each one for each building, that's those two people that own it, their responsibility, the leach field.
Correct. And then the other
So
limited
that- So there'll be three leach fields, 6 people, or 2 houses each.
yes. The different from many condominiums, these homeowners will own not just from the studs in, they will own the entirety of their unit. So that will be shown on these, on the documents as well. And then other limited common areas include the roadway and the driveways and all of the land outside of a small envelope around each building that we are identifying as limited common area to individual homeowners.
Except for the leach field, so it will be outside of
Correct.
that.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is forthcoming. and I will.
So let me just make sure I can play this back. The concern, the comment points out that you've given us this information in a preliminary form, and that we're to confirm with you, or we're advised to confirm with you that the documentation of the preliminary has not changed.
It has not changed to.
And what I'm hearing is you're in the process of making sure it does get changed, and you're kind of upset that it hasn't been changed already.
I, of course, am deeply grateful for the services provided to us by our attorney. I am not an attorney, and therefore I'm grateful for what they have.
Don't read me wrong. I'm just saying, you are updating it.
We would like to make sure that it is meeting the standards that we feel that you have. And the preliminary application, I understood, because first off, it did not include the condominium, the declaration.
I don't think we're looking for it to meet our standards. I think we're looking for it to be crystal clear as to what it is you're gonna put in place.
Yeah. So who has ownership of what and who's responsible for what is the key. So everything's covered, from who's maintaining the road, who's maintaining the stormwater, who's maintaining the leach fields, all those points. So it's clear in a condo versus a homeowner's.
That seems very reasonable. So we have not met this criteria yet, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Is that we
so-
understand that this is outstanding, and it will get to you as soon as we possibly can.
Okay.
I am hopeful that 10 has now been addressed. So we have, I think we're on round 4 with Acorn back and forth. I really do hope that at this point there are no further questions from Acorn regarding this project.
Acorn just had one item in their latest report, and this was on March 18th, I believe. That's the latest one. They noted the pond with the quarry depression. I don't know if Walsh wants to answer that comment.
Which page is that on, dude?
So that's page 2 of the Acorn report on the 18th.
Yeah.
And you'll see that it says subcatch basement, there's a bullet point, subcatchment basement AP 5.
Yep.
And then there's bold Acorn comment right there about the pond node. So that's,
So I'm just going to speak to a portion of the comments here. I'm going to note that their request that we assess the 100-year rainfall event exceeds the scope of what's in your stormwater standards. So your stormwater standards apply to the 2, 10, and 25-year, 24-hour storm event, and not the 100-year storm event. They've provided that as, they've provided that as a recommendation, but that level of standard is not within your subdivision regs.
You're saying the last sentence in their comment, Acorn recommends, they've said what you said earlier. You're required to do the 2, 10, and 25.
Correct. Yeah.
Acorn recommends performing ponding analysis for the 100-year storm.
For this location.
Yeah, okay.
that was a recommendation, but they talked a little bit about the 25-year rainfall event above.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, we just, we received these, just received these comments, so we're happy to look at that particular piece, but I just want the board to understand that we're not
Appreciate
likely to do a 100-year storm analysis on this depression.
Again, that was a recommendation by Acorn. You don't have to take that recommendation.
I understand. This is hard, when you, first of all, it's not your subject matter. We're not subject matter experts on this. We've hired Acorn to do that. They recommend it. Why do they recommend it? Why not the 200? Recommend it. Are they recommending it because of what they found at the 25-year gives them concern?
There's always, I would say, spending a fair amount of time surrounded by engineers now, there's always a factor of,
Careful.
all right, there's always always a factor of, of comfort, different engineers will look at things differently. And, I think it's easy to certainly to state, well, you should look at the 100-year storm event. And that's,
In particular, if the 25 or 50 were marginal. Is that the case? I don't
So,
have a feel for that.
I'm gonna let the folks who do the stormwater design review that and answer that question. But I do know just as it relates to, applying a higher level of standard for this particular location. Again, we're attempting to get the trust through this process as expeditiously as possible.
Of course, of course.
But overall, I would say if you look at that memo, they did address a lot of the concerns, so.
I understand.
Yep.
The next comment that's outstanding is number 14, and
Can
we've,
we
oh,
just
certainly.
slow down for just a minute? I know it's late, but I'm trying to understand and read between the lines. Maybe that's foolish. Without us doing a little more here, maybe there's nothing more that can be done. It seems to me that this is an issue that we want to see a back and forth on in writing to this comment from, I guess it would be Walsh's engineers, Werner?
It'd be from
I don't
Walsh.
think that we're in a position to say, look, they came back, they looked at what your answers were, and they came back and they said, it looks like there's some pretty marginal situations here at 25 years. It's borderline. We recommend, again in bold this time, last time it wasn't bolded this time, we recommend you do the 100-year. So I'd like a response, I'd want to see a response from the engineering firm, from your engineering firm, that says, we're not in a position to do that. We think the risk is warranted because whatever, something to that effect.
Sure, and we'll take a look at the, the specific concern here, and the concern that they're stating is that, we think that, at this particular storm event, that, there's the possibility that water may back up. That's, that's
Right.
I'll tell you, that's the layman's read of what the statement is. And, if we feel that it's warranted to make some adjustments to that culvert, in order to prevent that, then, then maybe that's warranted. As I said, I don't, I'm not the modeling guy, so I'll let the modeling
of
folks
course,
take a
you're-
look at that
you're in a little-
to see if that's warranted.
You're better
Yep.
positioned than I am, maybe we are, to really read more in between the lines here. But I know that in a past life, managing a job like this, I would not be comfortable without seeing the engineer that wrote that twice and the smart guy at Walsh who's done a lot of this work and is making the decision. I'd like to see them across the table from each other and to see whether or not any smoke rises. Can't they come to terms on this, engineer to engineer? What is the risk? Let's come up with a statement. We had this conversation and we have determined collectively that it would be nice to know more, but this is safe to proceed. It's not going to impede, it's not going to create a stormwater problem for anybody downstream.
Yeah, understood.
Something to
Yep.
that effect.
Downstream?
But up front.
Literally.
Literally,
But alternatively,
okay.
if the standard is 25 years, and 25 years, right up against the edge, we can guess that 100 years is gonna be over that edge. But the standard is 25.
Yeah.
So that's a risk we all gotta take.
These guys paid for an engineering firm, an independent assessment of their work. I
Yes.
think we need to just drive that statement to ground, and
Pay more.
I don't think it's that much further.
I guess I'd like to clarify, is this going to be another round to Acorn? Or are we comfortable with Walsh answering Acorn's concern and moving forward?
I'm comfortable with
I'd be
Walsh
comfortable
answering.
with that. I'd love to have them do it with a phone call I think they owe you a phone call.
That incurs
on this.
another round with Acorn, right?
No,
Just call them on the phone and say, what did you mean by this?
hey, I'm reading between the lines and the board asked me to give you a call. Are they not willing to do that, do you think? It's not a hardship. Any engineering firm I ever worked with would be willing to do that.
I don't think that's a call for the planning office. I think that, and I'm gonna argue again.
We'll address the point.
All right, thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
Are we ready to go to number 14?
Thank you.
Okay, so number 14 is about the construction items, and the comment is, no documentation has been provided detailing estimated cost to the municipality. I do believe I wrote that this is not applicable, as there is no additional cost to the municipality. There's no public services there's no public road. There's, in the list of things that were listed, I mean, I guess I could estimate the solid waste disposal cost to the municipality, if that's what's wanted.
I'm sorry, which item are you on?
We're on number 14, please.
Thank you.
But there's no public water or public sewer, so the water supply and treatment is not there. I don't really know if there's a formula that the town uses to estimate police and fire protection, or,
Is there an example of something that's been done on another application that could be shared?
Have to go look through the files and see.
What is it that's prompting this
Why is that
statement?
I believe the intent behind this provision, I've seen this in other municipalities, is if it's I would say a lot larger subdivision, like we're talking like 50 units, where maybe like the school doesn't have the capacity, so they're gonna have to expand the school, like to know what that cost is. Because that's one of the things that's on there is school with busing. And if there was a street, so if they were proposing a public street, and there's the added cost of maintenance from the town perspective of maintaining that public street, that would be a cost, but that's not applicable in this case
But
either.
has this question been asked in any of the subdivision that since I've been sitting here?
Not to my knowledge.
I've never seen this question before.
It's a suggestion from an engineer
No,
firm,
No,
right?
this is
No, this is in your subdivision regs.
This is
But I've
what
been-
we're calling staff. Staff is asking.
This is from the staff memo, not the
Yes.
Acorn.
Okay.
Yes.
I may be wrong, but I've never seen this in any other one that I've
New to me.
seen here. Is that true?
I believe this is maybe the first final subdivision
subdivision
application that we've,
The first final subdivision
Yeah.
application that this has been involved in.
Yeah.
I'll leave it, my opinion is it's up to the board, but I don't think that's, if you haven't done it, I don't think there's anything in there that actually this group needs to, because it's almost becoming a NIMBY question that could be asked. So I think this needs to be taken out personally.
Well, it
I
seems
think
like
it's
some
good
of
to
this
ask
is
these
covered by
questions, but
property
we
tax,
should
isn't it?
always, as a board, be in a position to say, why are we asking this question? Beyond, somebody wrote it in a regulation. No, what's the rationale for it being in a regulation? What risk are we taking on if we don't?
And I have no problem, if you want to keep this in here and make them answer it, that's fine, but every subdivision that comes before this has to have this question asked. And if you're not gonna ask, I'm not saying they do, but if you're gonna ask them, who are building an affordable housing project, you have to ask the ones who are building multi-million-dollar affordable subdivisions here.
I'm completely with you, Dave.
So that, either take it out,
I'm
or,
just looking for a rationale for why we are asking this question.
Mr. Francis, if I may, in my time in Scarborough, this was absolutely something that I would spend when we were first working on the Downs development, okay? Major development in the Downs. And so these sorts of questions were absolutely something that we needed to work through the numbers for, share with the public, and have be public knowledge. I think it was Galen's point, this is language that is meant for large-scale subdivisions when you're going to have a serious impact on schools and wastewater and public water. I think for the literally three 2,000 square foot homes that we're building, they just happen to be duplexes. This is, while we understand the intent of the question, being in the language, in the ordinance language, so that the town is protected from 100-unit subdivisions that have a cost to the town that's not accounted for, we would ask that this not be applicable to us.
Isn't the answer due to the low density nature of this particular subdivision, it's not anticipated that there will be a significant, if or any impact on critical town infrastructure and services?
That's
As
an
an
applicable statement, yep.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
is the
as an
answer.
aside, in Atlanta, the Sandy of City Springs, when I had to ask for a 2-foot variance for my deck to be replaced because it rotted and it was gonna be 2 feet bigger than the other one, I had to get a letter from the Fulton County 911 hotline commissioner saying that it was in every building permit, that this wouldn't affect and I got a letter that said, this does not adversely affect the 911 capacity of Fulton County, because Joe's deck is, he's not gonna house people. I think it's, the principle is good if on a larger scale, if you're gonna put in you know, multi-unit residences, subdivisions, but I think a statement from the developers here that I don't think, I would feel comfortable that that covers our obligation, and as long as the staff agrees.
Yep, we're fine with that.
But I also want to see this in every subdivision moving
I don't
forward.
want to see it again.
No, I don't either, but if they're
Evenly
getting,
applied
if
or
they're
with a
getting asked,
threshold.
if they're getting asked,
No, you're-
every multi-million-dollar subdivision, this town's getting asked that question too.
It needs to be evenly applied, or there needs to be a threshold. If it is greater than so many units, then we have to see if there's an impact on the
Can you
town.
just help me read the language that is driving that question, Nadia? Up here, it says a list of the construction items with cost estimates. How do I read this to say that
There's,
we haven't provided detailed estimates to the municipality? What words up here are driving that?
a separate list of construction and maintenance items with both capital and annual operating cost estimates that must be financed by the municipality or quasi-municipal districts.
And this is why we wrote not applicable, because nothing we are doing is being financed by the town.
So they have addressed it. They've said,
We said it was not
Yes.
applicable.
but we're saying, no, that's not detailed,
Well,
is what I'm reading this.
I think it's important to note here that every comment that we put in the memo doesn't necessarily mean that the board should ask them to meet that requirement. It's something that we as staff have noticed is outstanding, but the board can certainly grant waivers as they see fit or decide that it's not a standard that needs to be met. So
So I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. I think you're putting stuff that isn't within the board's experience or purview, rather than saying the code office doesn't think this is required, you're saying, oh, I don't know, it's not detailed. The board is gonna have to deal with this. Why are we doing that? You raised this question, it hasn't ever been raised before. So, okay, maybe there's something in here that says we should have been raising it, but I'm not seeing it. Where does it say that the detailed estimating costs to the municipality have to be provided? I don't read it that way, but as you know, I have trouble reading with the spec in some cases. Help me. Why are we doing this?
well, I think that we've established that we don't need to do this.
Okay,
Let's move on.
You know, as a disclaimer, between Galen and I, the two of us have maybe seen 2 final subdivision plans come through the town so far in our time here. So it's, you know, this particular part of the memo is maybe new ground as well.
I would say, just say it's.
okay, I'm gonna say that they've answered this question in saying that the detail is that there's 0 costs that are gonna be borne by the municipality. Other than 4 new families, hopefully, or 6 new families.
That would be documentation.
Coming into town.
I'm fine with that. I think we should move on to the next item.
Agree.
Okay, good stuff.
All right, we are ready to move on to 17, if everyone else is ready to move to 17. Okay, and I'm going to actually cede to Werner.
Yeah, so I think this, this comment, ultimately goes back to the same question with the stormwater. We've updated since the preliminary. And so ultimately, the stormwater management plan the most recent one that you've received is the one that'll be applicable. So.
And we have one niggling issue
That's correct, yes,
remaining.
with this one last item that we need to address.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
And then number 20, I think that this was my error. Okay, so I took the net residential, if you'll remember during our preliminary process, there was a request from the board to be more specific in the outlining of the net residential area calculation. So I took that had been submitted with the preliminary and I included it in the cover letter with the final. But I think that was not correct on my part because of the changes with the condoization that we're doing now. So I would ask that the board simply look at C2.0, that the plans are the most accurate representation of the net residential area. The cover letter is not. And that is my error.
So can you provide?
I am happy to update the cover letter to reflect, yes.
That would do it.
Into the home stretch.
Don't jinx it.
So the next one is in performance standards, 415.11.2, sufficient water. We have spoken repeatedly about this issue. I don't feel that it is my place to hound the fire chief for this particular letter. He has come to our board meeting and spoken to me and said he's met with Galen. They've had this conversation. I don't know how to proceed here.
Could I propose?
Let's schedule a joint meeting with the fire chief.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you, Galen.
So the email that staff, the planning staff, as well as the NHT staff received from Maine Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, we are perfectly happy to meet the suggestions that they have put forward. So who does not love a good spotted turtle that may potentially want to live there? So
Wouldn't that be awesome?
yeah, it would be great. Honestly, we would love to see a resurgence of all endangered species. So we will, with happiness and joy, look for turtles prior to any sort of moving of ground. Happy to put up the suggested silt fencing around to deter any turtles that might move into the area mid-construction. Those are very reasonable things to ask us to do. And I did appreciate that MIFW offered to do that, come down and look at it personally themselves. We'll see if we get to that point, I think, but we're happy to accommodate with the recommendations that they've put forward.
Put you on the tour.
I do love to give a good tour. Yeah, it's a good time.
Okay.
So moving on to state agency submittals. I'm going to again cede to Werner.
So we have, so there's two comments where we're dealing with DEP permits. So there is a main construction general permit that's required. There have been some recent changes to how DEP has been dealing with main construction general permits. They've changed their thresholds. What they have now is they have a combined construction general permit that's combined with their stormwater permit. So it's a singular submission. One of the things that we have to do, though, as part of that application is that we have to identify the operator of the site, right? So at that point, like we have to know who's doing the construction work as part of that application process and as part of that submittal. So at this point, that's not been determined yet. And so what I would request from this board is that be listed as a condition prior to the commencement of construction, that the main construction general permit as well as the stormwater PBR, that essentially they get filed together, that be issued and in place prior to construction, which it certainly will, because we'll know who the operator is at that point and we'll actually be able to submit that with that information.
Can I clarify? We absolutely know that Patco Builders is going to be constructing the homes themselves. The piece that we are waiting on and is out to RFP right now is the road construction. So until we know the operator that's going to be doing the road construction piece, we are not able to file that.
So in general, everything that's going out to a bid is going to be subject, not just this project, but anybody's project. Anything that's going out to a bid is going to have this road bump in it.
Right.
Thank
So I think Werner's solution is effective.
Okay, thanks.
What would happen if the operator changes? Would you have to refile for a new permit? Is that what you're implying?
We'd have to update the state, if there was a different or a new operator.
Notify it, that makes sense,
Yeah.
but you're saying there's a chance that permit might be nullified.
I don't
In
know.
other words, why couldn't you make your best estimate right now and then just understand you were gonna have to notify them
Too hypothetical.
when you really knew?
No, I mean, we need to specifically identify who's going to be the
And who
operator.
what their numbers are and
That's right, they need to know,
what
they
their
need to know.
experience is. and-
Correct, yeah, they gotta know the name, the address, they have to know the folks who are doing the work.
Who are they gonna call if there's a violation?
You.
That's
Yeah,
what they want.
yeah, who's on the line?
And the intention is the RFP states for proposals to be to us by April 1, and it is our intention to award that within, a week of receipt. So we will have those in hand. Quick.
Werner, could you, not this minute, but give us a couple of sentences that just captures what it is you just proposed, and we would include that as a condition?
Sure, yep.
And that's item 1?
Well, so that's, that's really, that's item, that's,
Item 2.
that's item
of
2,
the
really, is what that is.
2 and 7.
2 and 7 go together?
Yep.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
But that leaves 4.
So in principle, we're agreed on that, it's just we need some help to
Sure.
capture. And you'd be happier, more comfortable if you knew what the words were too.
So number 4, this is a pretty easy statement here. So these are not engineered systems that are showing up on site for the subsurface waste systems. So an engineered system, by definition, is a system that that treats 2,000 plus gallons per day. So these systems, each one of these fields is 450 gallons per day. So even if you combined all 3 of them together, you still don't hit a 2,000 gallon per day threshold for that.
Okay.
In addition to that, though, we have provided the HHE 200s to the town. Those are on your website. I think those
You're saying
showed up in.
literature or specs for them you're talking about?
Yeah, the actual HHE 200s, yep, are on the website. So those were provided, I think, back in January.
That was the preliminary.
The spec sheets?
Preliminary, yep. And again, to have the HHE 200s at this stage is unusual. Typically, you're just operating with the test pits. The actual system designs are usually done, later on. But again, by definition, these are all non-engineered systems. And so there's no requirement to go through the Maine Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay.
You're okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, good. So documentation has been provided to the town and we feel it's adequate? Is that?
Yep.
Okay. Even though it's preliminary documentation?
Yeah, it was back in the preliminary
Understood.
plan.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And the other outstanding comments, the fire chief, and we'll schedule that meeting.
Yeah, that's great. That's number,
At the end.
which number was that?
That was the
last
comment
one.
at the very end.
Oh, I see, yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Is there a couple of places in the final plan application, it's noted, all waivers approved? Is there a list of those documented somewhere?
We can get you those.
It's just kind of stuck in here several times, all approved, and I was wondering if they were captured somewhere formally.
I thought in the approval letter that Nina crafted and went out
Okay, I didn't see that.
from the town, I think there was
Yeah,
a
if
definitive
they're-
list.
If they're there and captured, I just didn't know where they were captured.
Again, I don't have a copy of that with me, but that's,
Okay, if it's there, we're good.
okay. And if we don't, we can get it.
Yep.
We'll come for it, but I think it's covered. Anything else? So, do we think this is complete, or do we think that the information for the proposed deed restrictions, et cetera, is a
Yeah.
critical missing piece?
I think that's fairly significant.
I think that's the only one that, help me out, guys, we went awful fast. Is there any other
Besides the
that?
fire chief letter, that's,
The fire
I
chief,
think you're
My
only,
sense is that's gonna be forthcoming. From
Yeah.
Conversations, it just needs to be captured, and if it was just that, I'd say, we can have that in a few days, let's not hold up the next meeting. But this one, with the lawyer, et cetera, it's critical information, and it's in pieces still.
Is there anything that might show up in the deed like this that would cause us to deny an application being complete? Is there something that would come before the board, we'd look at that deed, we'd say, well, no, this, you can't do this?
So where you're going is, what if we said, look it, let's declare it complete absent this piece of information that's been promised, and that we definitely will not be able to approve this until that information is provided. That would at least, there's nothing in there that, well, there might be something in there that the public meeting gets hung up around, but not likely.
Public
So
meeting
what-
has to do with the application and not the deed structuring, is that correct? That's a separate issue.
This isn't about the deed structuring so much as, do we have it definitized who's gonna be responsible for what? And I'm not seeing that.
And what the question is if we make it complete, then it rolls into the next one being public meeting, and would we have that documentation reviewed and completed by public meeting?
Within 2 weeks.
Within 2 weeks, because that's, by making complete, what it does is trigger the next
Starts the
step,
clock.
which is the public meeting.
That's right.
And could
George-
we hold a public meeting without that information?
So I can give you an example, George. You know, you asked the question of, you know, what would we potentially find within the document that would cause us to say, no, thank you, right? And so your charge is to ensure that, you know, those documents are compliant with the town's land use ordinance, right? I mean, that's what that's, a principal charge. I mean, there's other items there that you're looking for, right?
Like giving it a public hearing.
But, so, as an example, and I've seen this in condo docs, is where, sometimes within a condominium document, they'll reserve the right to do future divisions without having to go back through a process, right? So
Right.
that's something that shows up in condo docs, but that you would be looking for to make sure that that's not there.
Yeah.
Right? You wanna make sure that there's no kind of reservation of
Get out of
rights.
jail free card, yeah.
Right, for something that's contrary to the town's, the
Okay.
town's ordinance
I
or your
understand.
approval.
I understand, thank you.
Well, I think, okay, fair enough.
From a process standpoint, honestly, if you would be willing to consider letting that clock start, it would give me maybe some leverage with my attorney to say, I need these by Friday so that we have them on record, because this is when that hearing is taking place. I cannot, you're right, I cannot guarantee you, I don't have the agency to insist that somebody provide something for me. But I would not be unhappy to have a little more leverage.
What are the ramifications, if that does help you? I'm not sure I understand that it would, but if you say it would, if we did that and then didn't have it in hand, what would be the ramifications of postponing the public hearing at the last minute? You uncomfortable doing that?
Yeah, so what the process allows for is it's within 30 days of the public hearing or 60 days when you find the application complete, if there is no hearing. Or there's a little caveat that says within another time frame that is otherwise mutually agreed by the board and the applicant, the board shall make its findings of facts and conclusions relative to the criteria to approve the subdivision. So you have some wiggle room that you can decide. So staff doesn't have opinion. If you want to say it's complete pending those 3 things we're waiting for, it's really Acorn, the fire chief, and
Yeah.
the condo docs, I think that's fine.
You don't think it's an undue risk and,
No. Because again, you still have that leverage there of agreeing mutually that if something in the condo docs throws something off, you're just like, we're not comfortable with this.
we won't approve it, this is what'll happen.
We need to go back. I think as long as the applicant's agreeable to extending that of recording the finding, of saying the finding of facts and recording them, that's appropriate.
And that triggers
So-
because this is a subdivision?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I-
We don't come across these every week.
I still don't think
We're
I
revetments and tear down?
Yeah, this is final plan approval
I
first.
still don't
Okay.
think I understand what I'm,
Okay, what do you,
Because it's a subdivision, the board has flexibility in saying the clock starts at this point in time when these documents come forward.
no, it's for the finding of facts.
What do you-
It's for
Finding
the,
facts.
that's where like the approval end comes, approval or denial,
So we
depending how
could
you.
have a public meeting without the documents prepared.
You could, but that's, you know, you
But
can't
that-
really take
that's-
action
and
until,
I'd want to have another one once those were in. I think they should be part of the information
Yeah,
that we think is key here.
yeah, it's not a revetment or a tear down, this is a subdivision.
If it was to say, oh, we're going forward with a verbal from the fire chief rather than a written document, I'd feel a lot different about that. This is, we're not quite sure what we're gonna say in those documents.
We
Yeah.
are sure, we just don't
Well,
have them in
You
front
say
of us.
what you want to say in it, but you may not be allowed to once the lawyers get a hold of it. That's why you're going through this process, in my opinion, so. So I don't want to have a public hearing without having that material in hand. I don't think it's complete.
I'm gonna, well,
Okay. Yeah, we
I'm considering, I don't know how to phrase this, but I'm considering a motion to deem this application complete pending those three items.
And then if they weren't available, we would,
It's incomplete.
It would be incomplete.
You can-
we'd postpone the public hearing.
So I will make that motion. I'll make the motion that this
Just
application is
advertise.
complete.
so,
Pen,
hold on. So,
I thought I was making a motion, sorry.
so if you do this, just remember that we do send notification to the abutters that says, hey, a public hearing's on this date. If you postpone it, now we have to send another notification
And
out to
hope
those
they get it.
individuals. So
Yeah.
what you can do is you can have the public hearing and then decide to continue that public hearing if those documents are not available. That way, at least the public knew the first meeting. If they chose not to show up, that's their prerogative. But at least you continued that public hearing if you still are missing or there's questions that are outstanding.
Pending those
We
documents.
had hoped that the lawyer would have this information.
So I'm gonna continue the motion. I make a motion that we can find this application complete pending the receipt of the letter from, the fire chief, the condo deeds, and.
The
what's the third?
acorn
The a-
addressed.
The acorn addressing,
Last item addressed.
the last item addressed.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
I need some help capturing that motion.
It's, the
Complete.
application is complete pending.
Fire chief,
Fire chief.
condo
meeting.
docs,
and
In
acorn.
response to
Acorn.
and the acorn response.
Who is the case manager on this?
Nina,
That's what I thought.
so I think I'll pick it up, if you guys are all right with that.
I'm bragging about having two
I
subdivisions.
thought it'd be fine. You're not gonna fight me for that?
One's disappeared and the other
I
one's.
think
other
everybody
is
got something
preliminary.
this day.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
There was
trade
plenty
you
for
a
everybody.
revetment for a,
For a tear down?
I don't know, tear downs are fun.
Thank you very much.
Public hearing in 2 weeks,
Thank you.
is that correct?
Thank you guys for hanging in.
April
Public
2nd.
hearing in 2 weeks.
Werner.
Head to the case.
Love
I,
that.
Make a
With a big
motion that
smile.
we call this meeting complete.
I think we wanted
I'll
to talk about
second.
the rules, didn't we?
I vote for it being complete.
I think
Just
it's
to be
time for
clear,
the
did
board
did
member
we,
to leave the
we
building.
agreed on the rules, yes? We agreed to accept.
We did
Yes.
that earlier on.
And,
Yep, about
so
4 hours
next
ago.
time, we'll have a clean copy of the rules, and they will either be about to go or have
We'll
gone
sign
to
the
the attorney.
Mylar.
We'll send them to the attorney, we can't guarantee that they'll come back before
Obviously.
the meeting.
Well, we set the clock ticking, they might just move
2
forward.
weeks, that'll be the condition, right? Send them to their.
We did. It was just kind of a silent adjournment, we grunted.
Have you adjourned?
Yes, we did. We are off.
You're off.